Are you muted? Good morning, Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Zoning Adjustment, September 13th meeting. November 13th. That's how bad it is today. So, first, I'd like to thank all city staff who have taken time to prepare your cases for us to hear today. And I'd also like to thank our fellow board members around the table here. We do this without compensation and at the pleasure of Mayor Quentin Lucas. All of us have had extensive experience on this board, so we're not new to the procedures today. With that in mind, where's my buddy Anna? Anna will read the rules and regulations for the committee today, and we'll give her a second to come on.
No, I'll be doing that.
You're going to do it today.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. So I'll describe the rules and procedures for this hybrid meeting. For people who are joining us online, there are two categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function on Zoom when the chair calls the case to let staff know that you should be promoted to a panelist position. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your screen with a hand icon. You'll click on this to raise your hand. When the promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected from the Zoom call, but don't panic. You will be reconnected shortly. If you are joining us via the app on your phone or a computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in on a phone number, you cannot adjust your screen name, but you can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is called by pressing the star button followed by the number 9. At the time of a promotion, you will need to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you, and you'll be able to turn on your microphone when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. For people joining us in person today, please approach the microphone at the podium when it is appropriate to give testimony. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well, and joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. All public testimony, whether in person or virtual, is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Applicants will receive 15 minutes for their presentation. You will be given 2 minutes for testimony if you represent a single interest, such as yourself, or 5 minutes if you represent an established organization, such as a neighborhood association, HOA, etc. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. Please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits, presentation, photos, maps, etc., ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen, and email the exhibits if they are admitted to the assigned planner for the case. The chat box for those joining us online is only for questions about the agenda, and merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. The Board of Zoning Adjustment can take breaks during the day. There may be a break around 10:30, 12:30, and 3 p.m. if the meeting lasts past 2 p.m. And that is all.
Thank you, Sarah. Will you be sure all the people giving testimony with city staff are present and accounted for? And I will ask them to raise their right hand to be sworn in. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Sarah Copeland, I do. Jim?
James Duddy, I do.
Clark, I do.
Ona Naniski, I do. Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Mark Gustafson, I do. Anyone else online? Do you see Sarah?
I believe that is everybody.
Okay. One of the first procedures is to identify the continuances and or dismissals for us today. What do you have?
First, I'll remind everyone we are going to be addressing just the cases heard today. That's cases 1 through 15 and 35, and cases 16 through 34. Any continuances for those will be considered on Friday. So the first continuance is docket item number 3, case CD BZA 2024-108, a request to approve a variance to the maximum floor space in the accessory dwelling unit standards, plus any additional variances on about 0.14 acres generally located at 3419 Baltimore Avenue. We would request this case be continued off docket. Docket item number 10, case CD BZA 2024-153, a request to appeal several zoning violations related to unpermitted uses on about 9 acres generally located at 421 North Atlantic Street. The requested action is to continue this case to February 12th, 2025.
That it?
That's all.
Thank you. Board members, can I get a motion? Or first of all, is there any discussion either in the live audience or the virtual audiences on these continuances and or dismissals?
That's just the ones you just read, correct? Not
Yes.
additional ones?
No, just this one, just the ones we just read. Hearing none, board members, I'll take a motion on those.
I move that docket item number 3 be continued off docket and that docket item number 10 be continued to February 12th of 2025.
I have a motion from Ms. Moran. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Ms. Mixdorf. Anna, or not Anna. Sarah, please call the roll.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Gorence.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. All right. We'll start calling the cases.
I have a motion to dismiss prior to calling the cases.
All right, what's your case number?
Docket number 20.
That's really a Friday case. Board members, do you want to entertain that for a dismissal?
It's a very short procedural issue. It'll take less than 2 minutes.
See, let me look at it real quick. All right, we'll entertain that. Go ahead.
May I approach?
Sure. We have to admit that. So aren't we, I thought just dismissal. Yeah, then we're going to hold it Friday. Yeah, I'm sorry to do that to you, but if it's just a simple dismissal, but if you're going to cite rules and regulations, I'm sorry. They'll be in the Zoom audience on Friday.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
We have one more. Mr. Clark suggested now would be the opportune time to speak as to item number 11. My name is David Waters with the Spencer Fain Law Firm representing 1125 Grand Boulevard and Prefix Coffee. Had discussions with staff to make this request that we be moved up on the agenda today. As you may know, this matter is currently the subject of an appeal in the Jackson County Circuit Court. We've been working hard with staff to come to a resolution on that. We believe we have that. And we believe that we can take only 5 minutes and this whole matter could be resolved. And one of our principals here does have a hard stop this morning. So we'd respectfully request if we could be moved up early on the agenda, and that we think we can get out of your hair and be done within about 5 minutes of time.
Board members, your opinion on that? Okay. So we're going to hear 35 quickly. I think that's just a continuance. Yeah, 35 is going to be a continuance, and then you'll be the first up.
Thank you very much.
That's 35 and then number 15.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 35, 15, then 11.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, so let's call case 35, which is the address of 5500 Bennington. Sarah,
Yes,
sorry.
docket item number 35, case CD BZA 2023-49, a request to appeal city staff's determination related to zoning violations issued for the subject site on about 13 acres generally located at 5500 Bennington Avenue.
All right. I'll go on.
The planner presenting this case is Anna Naniski. And the applicant is here.
Good morning, Anna. Applicants, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Kristen Ellis Johnson, attorney for the applicants. I do.
Daniel Hurrier, I do.
Brooke Savaggio, I do.
Thank you. Anna, tell us about the case today.
Okay.
And as I understand, this is for a continuance.
We're not recommending a continuance.
Okay.
Our understanding was that the applicant might want to request a continuance, and if so, you need to do that.
Yes, we have requested the continuance in writing. We've submitted exhibits also to support that continuance. So we are requesting 1 month to allow the MPD, which is underway, to be voted on next week at City Council. I have a substantive presentation if we want to talk about the continuance substantively. We have met what you have requested of us. In January, you asked us to do 2 things before July. One was to submit the MPD, which we have done, and the other was to address traffic. And not only does the MPD address traffic by building a private driveway on the farm property to move the commercial traffic, the farm has also made operational changes during this farm season in 2024 to reduce traffic by about 20%. So that's my brief statement. I'm happy to go into more detail about any of those things if you want, or we can do it procedurally.
All right, thank you.
And then to address 2 things about the continuance, remember what the board said last month about granting 1 more continuance. And then I can also talk substantively about why you would consider not continuing the case.
All right. I'd like to hear from Anna why we should not continue the case.
Okay, so there are really 3, only showing on one side. Okay, my apologies for my continued
Very good.
issues with technology. But there are 3 options that the board has moving forward. Yes, the MPD has been filed, has been reviewed, and is pending before the city council for their final decision. Now, the question is, will the board's action on the appeals case change once the city council has made their decision? From a city staff's perspective, the direction of filing the MPD and the motion that occurred surrounding the continuance for that MPD to be filed and worked on acknowledges the zoning violations and the desire to fix them or address them with an entitlement process. Which in city staff's perspective means that there's 2 options moving forward, with that. There's denying the appeal, acknowledging that city staff did not err in issuing those original zoning violations. Operations related to those zoning violations can continue. They can continue while the MPD is being reviewed by the city council. And city staff will pause code enforcement until that MPD is reviewed and those conditions are laid out. And then, of course, operations on the property are subject to whatever's approved in the MPD and any conditions therefore. And then the BZA, the clients, the public would not have to revisit this appeal case once the city council has made their decision. You could dismiss the case, making a policy decision that the appeal case is no longer necessary. However, in this case, the operations and the zoning violations would need to be paused while the MPD is being reviewed by the city council. And if the city staff does investigate the property, while the MPD is being reviewed, they could be subject to more code enforcement under this dismissal umbrella. Of course, once the MPD has been made a final decision by the city council, operations are subject to those conditions and whatever the plan is approved for. And then again, in that case, the BZA, the clients, the public would not have to revisit the appeal case after the city council has made their decision. Or you can, stay on track with waiting for the city council to make their decision. But again, then we're in the same boat once they have with what do you do with the appeal cases afterwards, when the BZA has acknowledged the zoning violations and directed them to fix it. That concludes my high level overview of the options. Happy to answer any questions about that or talk about the case again substantively if we need to do that.
All right. Board members, questions and or comments?
Can we hear from the applicant? My experience with these is once the council approves it, the applicant would probably dismiss their appeals and then that would simplify everything, but I don't know that. So I'd like to hear from the applicant.
Please, thank you. Thank you so much. You are correct. So while Anna has outlined 3 options, there is a 4th option available, and I just want to make sure you understand the
That's the
board.
same thing that happened to my former John Hastings too.
Sorry.
Oh, so your mic is on.
Holy cow. John Hastings. I think
I don't have permission from this computer to mute him.
Sorry, a little distracted.
Yes.
There is a 4th option available today, and that is that you could decide to grant the appeal on the merits. You could find that the staff issued these violations in error and that the original request by my clients to appeal this has not been waived at this point. Commissioner Moran, you are correct that when the city council decides this, the BZA will not, the MPD will address all of the zoning issues and ambiguities as well as the traffic issue. And so the BZA would not need to make a substantive decision. However, there has not yet been one. And so if the continuance is not granted today, the 4th option to grant the appeal we would have to go through each violation one by one, and they would need to be decided individually on the merits. That has not happened yet. And my client has not waived its right. So we do not believe that dismissal would be appropriate. We do not believe that a denial without further consideration on the merits would be appropriate. And we're just seeking 1 additional month based on the city council's request to have more time to review the details of the master plan development. We also have been working very closely with the 3rd District Council members to work out the details of the master plan development so that we feel very confident that going into next week's vote, that the council will be able to approve it and we will be able to move forward without a decision on the merits. So my presentation has not made its way up there. Oh, okay. So what we were prepared to present to you today, excuse me, is actually the substantive update for why you should continue. And I just want to quickly remind you of the family that is affected by your decision today. Their lives have been hanging in the balance for 18 months, just like everyone else, and they want to see this resolved as quickly as possible as well. They have presented a compromise that gives everyone something, and everyone can walk away feeling like they win if the MPD can pass. It's the solution that the BZA has agreed to, that staff has recommended, that Herbivore has recommended, and we have gone through a very extensive public process to get community buy-in. I'll remind you, the farm is the primary use of the property. The composting is an accessory use, and that has been approved since 2021. So the violation related to the composting was issued in error. That's the position that Herbivore maintains because it is a reversal of that 2021 use approval. We're just asking for 1 month, and I've been working since Councilwoman Patterson Hasley is the one who requested additional time. She requested 6 weeks from early October for us to have detailed negotiations. I've been working closely with her and Councilwoman Robinson, the 3rd District representatives, on the master plan development and working through the details in compromise so that they can feel good about it, and City Council will vote on it next week. We don't expect any additional delay. Substantively, like I said before, Herbivore has met the 2 things that you asked them to do. You asked them to submit the MPD by July. They did it in June 17th. It addresses all zoning and traffic concerns, and we expect to vote next week. But they've also voluntarily reduced the traffic flow in their weekly CSA pickup, which is legal under their current zoning. They are allowed to have, on an agricultural property, their CSA members can come to the farm and pick up their produce. But they've reduced the traffic by about 20% by offering an offsite location and encouraging members to carpool. And that's without any rezoning, without the master plan. They've already done that voluntarily. Like I said, we've been working proactively with the city council members. This is just a unique master plan. The urban farm and composting are uses that really have not been seen other places at this scale. And so it's taken longer at each step of the way along the process. CPC requested an additional month to consider things about the details of the plan, the location of that private driveway that they're building. Why are they, what are the benefits of adding a roof over the composting area? All of those things were considered and just took an extra month at CPC. Similarly, the council has asked for more time. And so we're asking you for that, to honor that so that we don't have to go into all of the details. This slide just gives an overview very quickly of how the MPD addresses all of the zoning concerns. It does a lot more than that. That's, as you know, MPD is not just about addressing zoning violations, but Brooke and Dan have laid out a really awesome plan for climate resilience in Kansas City. It touches on 5 of the 6 sustainability goals of our city. And the city council members value that, and they want to see this MPD pass. They've also done it, though, in a way that puts limits on the uses to address potential future concerns and to address the concerns that we've heard from the neighbors and have internalized and put into the plan. Specifically related to the composting, it limits the area that can be used to the 1/4 acre that exists currently. It also puts traffic requirements. They have to build the road. They have to do it within a year, and they have to move the traffic as quickly as possible to address the neighbors' concerns. The shipping containers will be allowed as accessory storage buildings. We've done that through the rezoning. The paving issue will be addressed through a combination of grandfathering and paving as the property is developed in the future. And it rezones to allow for commercial retail sales to address any ambiguities about that issue. So you can pass it knowing that it will address the concerns. It's also recommended for approval by staff and by the City Plan Commission. We've, as I said, worked through that long process. But more importantly, there are more than 70 neighbors who have written notarized letters or testified in support of the master plan and of continuance and of the farm. That's really important because this is a neighborhood of only about 700 people. So we're talking about 10% of the neighbors in the entire neighborhood writing to the city to say, we care about this, we want to see this succeed. And for a public initiative, that's huge, 10% turnout. We've also focused this map that you have here. I would like to hand you a copy of it. I can do that if we get into the substance. But you can see that in the properties shown in green, 13 of the 18 immediately adjacent property owners have signed letters of support, shown up in testimony. Raise your hand if you're here today and you're an adjacent property owner who supports the plan. They've shown up time and time again, asking for you to grant the MPD, to let them go through this process. And if we zoom out, you know that Kansas City has received over 1,000 letters of support. So I don't need to tell you that everybody supports this plan, but it's indicative, this map is indicative, the neighborhood support is indicative of the extensive community engagement that Brooke and Dan and Herbivore have gone through in this process. So we're asking you to listen to those voices. I've provided you a written summary of all of those letters, those 70 letters from neighbors that demonstrate support for this. Now, I know because it's a continuance request, we all want to see this resolved, and there is going to be testimony against the continuance. People might testify about how urgent it is to address this problem. They might tell you traffic is unbearable or it's been unsafe. And I want to assure you that these claims are false and exaggerated, and they directly are contradicted by other neighbors' testimony. So I hope that you will listen to the voices of the neighbors who support. The MPD offers a plan to build a driveway. The same neighbors who will oppose the continuance are opposing the MPD. And it seems the only reason to do that is that they want to shut down the farm altogether. We've offered to build a private road to divert the traffic and address their questions, their concerns, but they've shown up time and again just to disrupt the process and they have been against this. They've disrupted our community meetings in ways that have prevented us, from getting real feedback in those meetings. So finally, I will wrap it up. I know I've been talking for a while. If the hearing is not continued today, we will need to make a decision on the merits. And so we will have to proceed with another presentation talking about each violation. I'll incorporate all of the testimony and the exhibits from January, which we won't be here for 3 hours, I hope. But you would have to consider all of that previously submitted factual and legal information in order to make a decision on each separate violation. If you make a decision to enforce the violations or deny the appeal or dismiss the appeal, as some may request, Herbivore would be able to address each of the zoning concerns through their R80 zoning and would need some time to do that. Unfortunately, that would mean they would no longer be able to pursue the solution that they have proposed in the master plan development. So it would cause them potentially to have to shut down the composting business, which is the main source of revenue by which they would build an alternate road to move traffic. They would not be able to create a visual screen as they've proposed under the master plan. They would not be able to fund the future development of the farm and the climate resilience that they have proposed, including a roof over the composting area, things that are really exciting. It would also mean that Herbivore has essentially been led to waste 18 months and $65,000 pursuing this route. So we're asking you just for one more month to continue to allow that process to play out and to allow City Council the time to vote so that we don't have.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate
you.
that. Anna, do you have a question?
No.
Okay. Those opposed to us granting a continuance, would you like to raise your hands? I see a couple of hands raised, so we'll have time to hear that. Please come up to the podium. I'm going to swear both people in at this time.
There's also a hand raised online.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And we'll have you give testimony. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? And please state your name for the court reporter. And you've got to get closer to the microphone, Leah. Thank you.
Leah Suddington.
Okay. And
Deborah Neighbors.
thank you, ladies. Leah, why don't you go first? Oh,
There's also Felicia George online. who needs
okay,
to be
Miss
sworn in.
George, did you take the oath? I can't see you. You want to make sure your camera and microphone are on?
Ms. George, you need to turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. There's a
I'm
second
here.
hand on that.
Okay, do you have a camera, Miss George?
I have it on. I'm not sure if it's going to show or not, but
Okay, I see your name lit up. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to verbally give you the oath and do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name again for the court reporter.
Felicia George.
Thank you, Miss George.
There's a second hand, but that person has not accepted the promotion to panelist.
Okay, let's go ahead and continue with who we have. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Leah Suddington at 6400 and 6401 East 55th Terrace. I submitted for the record a number of letters from neighbors who are opposed to all the traffic and opposed to expansion of the herbivore farm and composting. And I wanted to read a part of one of the letters. They are submitted in the record from Miss Essence Britton, who runs a daycare at 6518 East 55th Terrace. And I know that there are a number of letters from other residents, but these residents do not live on East 55th Terrace where we're getting the traffic. And a few months ago, the city erected a few signs that said, no trucks. And 3 days later, there was a big dump truck coming out of the farm. So, you know, we still have issues about the reality of what we're dealing with and the truthfulness. Ms. Britton says, moreover, to be clear, this letter is not to contest the operation of the farm.
So sometimes if it's part of the docket,
Docket,
we
okay.
already have that testimony. Again, what we're trying to determine today, ma'am, is should we continue the case for 1 month or should we not? And I'd like for you to address why I guess you're opposed to us continuing the case and why we should hear it today.
I think opposition to the continuing the case is because we have, you know, like the owners of the farm, everybody's been affected. And, you know, right now we have continued damage to our streets. And on my property, there's big water holes, mud holes, where the traffic is just not the appropriate use of the easement that they're using right now. And actually, I question the appropriate use of that easement. I don't believe it's necessary. They still have traffic coming up there. The whatever they've changed to the traffic patterns is temporary. I mean, they've said in the past that they want the farm to grow and continue and become big and feed the world. And that's not going to happen without the use of, you know, additional roadway. The roadway opposition that we have is basically the fact that they want to there was a solution to use the I can't remember the gate that the fire department has emergency access to. However, I mean, request a claim of a few seconds more since you had to explain some things to me, please. But there's no need if they build a road on their property that they have to use that. And there's nothing to keep them to say that every car that was there was visiting the residents. So we're opposed to that. We also think that the BZA should make a decision. We've been carrying this on now for, I'm not really tracking with as long as it's been 2 years, I believe. And it's time for a decision.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Again, you're kindly reminded we're talking about the continuance, not the merits of the case.
Good morning, committee, and thank you all for hearing this case once again. I ask that this not be continued, not one more time. This will be our 9th time for continuance. The attorney is speaking as if the MPD is going to be passed by council. She has no idea or any guarantee that it's going to be done. There are a lot of contentions on the MPD. It may not pass, but if you all don't act, and you all were the first governing body that we came before back in May of 2023, our hands are still tied. Until the BZA makes a decision, did the inspector err? If you find that he erred, then say that, and then we get to pursue our due process. But until this governing body makes a decision, our hands are tied legally as to what our options are. There have been 9 continuances. There is no guarantee that the MPD is going to pass next week in city council. It could get continued again. And then if that happens, then what? You guys going to keep continuing? You all are the initial governing body that was supposed to make this decision, and you all have not ruled on this. Last month, when their attorney requested a continuance, there were two members of this committee that said that they agree it should not be held for this 6-month continuance that she was asking for. I asked and was told that the next time the entire governing body got together, that you all would hear this case and make a decision. And that is my expectation today. I'm taking off from work. I'm spending a lot of time on this, just like everyone else is. Mentally, emotionally, I'm drained, I'm whipped behind this because it is my home that I am fighting for. And just one caveat, the composting, I'm not saying shut the farm down. I'm not saying that. I am saying that the composting, the commercial, industrial, whatever they're calling it today, the laws and ordinances of Kansas City provide a certain distance. The boundaries cannot be met because their 13.5 acres is too narrow. Laws and ordinances are put in place to protect the residents of Kansas City. So there are several deviations and allowances and all of that. So it's not a slam dunk for the city council. And I ask that you all rule on this case today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Ms. George, out in the virtual audience, could we have your comments, please?
Good morning. I reside at 6426 East 55th Terrace, and I am also asking that the board make a decision today. We have been dealing with this. I'm going to piggyback on Ms. Neighbors for quite some time now. And just as the farm is saying it's not fair to them, it's not fair to the neighbors that reside on 55th Terrace. This needs to be resolved. We should not have to go into another continuance because of something that is going to profit them. I asked again, what about us that are affected on 55th Terrace? Please make the decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. George. Board members, comments?
Comments. Oh, go ahead, Jazz.
I'm sorry, Jazz. And Jazz, just a friendly reminder, you're not on the quorum.
Right.
You're welcome to make a comment.
Yeah, I understand. I do have a couple procedural questions for staff. Anna, if this continuance were denied, would the vote on the merits of the case occur today or on Friday, since this is docket item 35?
It can be heard today.
Okay, and did I gather correctly that from your slide that a denial would allow the alleged violations to continue?
Yes, the Development Management Division, we have determined that since they are actively pursuing their MPD and it is so far along in the process, pending before third reading of City Council, that we will not pursue code enforcement on the property. If the case is denied, they're working on resolving their zoning violations, that nothing will occur until after the MPD is decided upon. Then of course the analysis of the property is subject to what is approved in the MPD.
Okay, so
they're
if
allowed
the
to
board,
operate.
so if the board were to hear the, deny the continuance, hear the merits of the case today or on Friday, whichever, and go through and say deny these appeals, then they can continue their operations, and it would basically get it out of our court and say, okay, whatever happens on the MPD side is the final say, and denying the merits of the case basically says it's off of our plate now. But as a matter of law, we've determined that under the current zoning code, the violations were correctly issued. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. The denial of the appeal cases would be saying, as the board has already instructed the property owners to address the zoning violations through the MPD, city staff did not err in issuing the original zoning violations. Since they are currently trying to fix the zoning violations, both the farm and the composting would be allowed to operate while the MPD is pending.
Okay. Yeah, as Miss Neighbors mentioned, two members in our last meeting, we didn't have a full quorum. We only had four members, and two members stated that we'd like to get this heard as soon as we have a full quorum. We have a full quorum now, but those two members that said that are alternate members. I am one, which means that we're not voting today. But I'd just like to reiterate my point that I expressed last time, that I'd like to get this matter out of our hair. We've kind of been passing it back and forth between BZA and council for a while now. But I'd like to get this matter settled personally, but as one board member who's not voting today, that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Jazz.
As I recall, we closed testimony when we heard it in January.
That's what I recall.
So practically speaking, for us to decide today, I would certainly need to review all that testimony.
Right.
Which was a couple hours.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I would decide on the merits today unless we recess the board for.
Hold on. Nope, not yet. As one board member who's been on this board for a long, long time, if there's pending city council action on an item, we typically do not override that when the council action is coming up in just a week. So those in opposition to the MPD should show their opposition at the city council meeting. And again, that's my opinion, or my one board member opinion. So, and go ahead,
And as
Randy.
another board member, I think we instructed you all to do the MPD, and we're trying to see that process through. So in my mind, unless we see you get that process complete, we haven't done our due diligence to you to go through that process as well.
Oh, she needs that microphone. Be closer to your microphone.
Sorry. I said as one board member, since we asked them to do the MPD initially, I would like to see that process completed, whether that gets approved or denied, because it will complete the request that we initially requested back in January or whenever that was, to just close the loop on that. As Mr. Ebbett said, let the city process complete its portion of work before we then do our next steps if needed.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So this body was supposed to hear this in July before we even got into CPC, city council, and all of that. So because you all kept continuing it and not making a decision, you all still haven't made the decision. And for, excuse me, Madam Chair, Committee Person, Ms. Moran, you all have had this documentation for as long as we have. And surely you should have came prepared today, having reviewed all of the information. I'm prepared. I'm ready. And for you all to continue to kick this can. And I believe the last time that we were here, city council came in and said, oh, you all gonna make us do your job, because they were appalled that you all still had yet to rule on this case, and the can was continued to get kicked down the road. We are all here. We are all ready today. If we could just get it done today, we have every right
I understand. Thank you.
to have expectations and whatever. If you all want to make a quick
Ma'am,
5-minute
thank you.
decision,
We
Thank
can't
you.
get your
just
opinion.
untie my legal option.
I want to also make a comment and really piggybacking off of what council, what council, but then in us not making decisions. I've experienced a history here that we just have too many cases and we can't keep kicking this can. The whole understanding to me as to why we gave them the opportunity to do MPD, because we recognized they were operating out of zoning. And so they have a case going now that allows them to operate within zoning, have they gone through the proper channels. They're at the point where they can do the proper channels. It's in council's hands. It should no longer be in our hands. And I think it is imperative that we hear the case today, make a decision today, because we're going to be in the same boat next month if we continue it and having the same situation. It should not be allowed for a case to go 2 years. That is clearly in violation, that had to file an MPD. To me, that's unacceptable. We have to make a decision today and get it off our books.
I'll also say that since this is docket item 35 and there are some board members who are concerned about having the freshness of the merits of the case in their mind, we can also hear this on Friday, give some time for some board members to go back and review some of those materials. I personally have reviewed it more recently since I wasn't on the initial forum, but that's an option as well.
But we're here right this second to decide about the continuance, not about the merits of the case. We're here for the continuance. So we have, the quorum is here, and I think we've heard testimony from both sides on whether we should or should not continue the case. So I leave it up to my fellow board members to make a motion and move on.
I'll make a motion.
Pardon me? Only on the merits of continuance of the case. I didn't see your hand raised earlier. It will be. Oh, yeah, you're right. Because your team, your lawyer team gave very excellent presentation. And unless you have something better than what they already presented, sir, I would say, let's hold off.
I can't determine if it's better. I think it's a conviction that ought to be heard.
You have 2 minutes. Come on up. I'll swear you in.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you. Your name, please?
Rabbi Michael Zedek, and I think a continuance is a decision, especially when it's for 1 week. I happen to reside on the Kansas side, but I arrived in Kansas City, Missouri in 1974. And for most of that time, I've been a resident on the Missouri side. For all of my time here, I would hear about the leverage of state line, meaning we have 4 senators and 2 representatives. And for all of that time, including now, when I reside on the wrong side of the state line, I've been part of the Jewish and larger faith communities, which are anchored to the vision of a metroplex with Kansas City, Missouri at its heart. To say the least, Herbivore Farm is one of the best expressions of the conviction about one community translated into a reality as it serves both Missouri and Kansas residents. But it's more than a bridge. It's also a vital, successful initiative to produce not only good, nutritious, and organic food, but also to serve as an extraordinary model of environmental stewardship. In fact, if you haven't toured the farm, I urge you to do so, as it is a moment of hope for a better future. That's not rabbinic hyperbole. For example, when I escorted to the farm my friend, our Congressman, Emanuel Cleaver, he affirmed enthusiastically that the farm, including the compost program, is a model, a transformative model for climate protection for the entire Metroplex. More personally, we use the compost service, which I know operates under an approval of 2021. By the way, I visit the farm weekly and in all kinds of weather. My point is that the notion that the compost operation is a nuisance, meaning that the smell is noxious, is simply not my experience. That the program represents some violation is, I am certain, without merit, and is presented, I regret, as an effort to shut down a responsible and important endeavor, one that helps make Kansas City a leader in stewardship and saves both cost and land from the need for more landfills and the accompanying neighborhood distress that goes with that. I know a minority of neighbors seem adamant in the effort to put the farm out of business. But I also know that Brooke and Dan have worked tirelessly to keep their life's work going, and that includes efforts with experts involved to mitigate concerns, communicate with all, and do the right thing. That is why the MPD, underwritten through crowdfunding by hundreds of Kansas City supporters, deserves consideration, which is why I urge you to allow the MPD to have its day before the council.
Thank you, Rabbi Zedek. Appreciate it. Board members
I'd offer a motion.
on the continuance?
I would, in case number 49, I move we continue to the December 11th hearing.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second from Mr. Gorens.
Ebbets,
What?
I'm the last one.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright,
Nay.
Ebbets.
Aye. We're continuing to the December, and by then, hopefully, city council would have reacted to all this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone who came down. I know you didn't testify, but thank you for your support or on either side of the case. Thank you.
15.
Number 15, Sarah?
Docket item number 15, CD BZA 2024-81, a request to approve a variance in an R 2.5 district to permit a digital sign be located in a residentially zoned parcel plus any additional variances on about 19.77 acres generally located at 1801 White Avenue.
This is the applicant. We'll give a second for everyone to clear the room on the case number 35.
Yeah, I couldn't hear all that anyway. I didn't hear all of it.
Case 15.
Yeah, I know, but
I know.
She was
I know.
saying.
Give us a second. Well,
Would you like me to say it again?
let's go ahead and do it one more time. Let the people on the compost go ahead and exit orderly. Thank you. All right, one more time, Ms.
Docket
Copeland.
item number 15, case CD BZA 2024-81, a request to approve a variance in an R 2.5 district to permit a digital sign be located in a residentially zoned parcel plus any additional variances on about 19.77 acres generally located at 1801 White Avenue. The case is being presented by Connor Tomlin. Is the applicant here? Who should I look for? Skip Cox
Yeah.
and D-Day. Justin Burton.
I know they have a bunch of people on their team.
Okay, I'll promote him also. So we have 3 members online.
Okay, great. Can everyone turn on their cameras and microphones so we can see you and or hear you? Do we have names, Sarah?
Justin Burton. I lost them in the list here. Justin Burton, D-Day, and Skip Cox.
Skip who? What's the last name?
Cox,
Okay,
C-O-X.
thank you, thank you. Everyone there?
Yes.
Mr. Burton? Okay, and is it Miss Day or Mr. Day? Unknown?
It's
Miss-
Doug Day. I'm sorry, I don't know how to change my name on the screen.
It's okay, Doug. And Mr. Cox, please, all 3, raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And please state your names one more time for the court reporter. Justin, let's start with you first.
Yeah, Justin Burton, FP&C Consultants, code consultant, working with the team on the project.
Thank you. Mr. Day?
Doug Day. I'm a board member for the Police Athletic League, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. And Mr. Cox?
Skip Cox, I'm the executive director for PAL.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tomlin, tell us about, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 we need to admit for your case today. Who's speaking on behalf of your case? Mr. Burton, Day, or Cox?
I can. This is Doug Day. I can speak.
Okay, do we have your permission to admit those exhibits?
Please. Yes.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, tell us all about it.
Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got docket item 15, CD BZA 2024-81, located at 1801 White Avenue in an R-2.5 district The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the residential signage standards to permit a digital sign on the property in a residential district, plus any additional variances as needed. This is the general location of the site. A closer look at the site itself. This is a picture submitted of the site. There's a little blue piece back here where that sign would be located. This is a zoomed in image of where that sign would be located. This is from White Avenue that loops behind the building. You'll see this little brown rectangle here that is supposed to be the sign. This is a site plan. The proposed sign would be at the corner of these two lines here, as well right here. You see it would be facing out towards the tree line. These are the dimensions of the proposed digital sign. Just for reference, 88-445-06-4A for monument signs for institutional use in a residential district. One monument sign per street frontage, which may not exceed 32 square feet in area or 6 feet in height. They're within those regulations. However, it does state that it needs to be a changeable copy using direct human intervention, and it to not include any form of digital or electronic display. It could be internally or externally illuminated. The reason I have this in here is because there was recent case law that established that a variance can be requested for digital displays on signage. So that brings us to the variance request, which is a variance of complete deviation to the residential sign regulations to permit a digital monument sign on the subject site. Again, that's a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated due to digital signage not being found in the area, nor is it commonly found in residential districts because the code strictly regulates digital signage. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And the only other thing I'll note is that you may see, like in other cases with, not cases, but other large residential properties such as funeral homes or something of that nature may also have signage, and they're typically internally and externally illuminated. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlin. I forgot to ask, is anyone either in the live audience or in the virtual audience who's either opposed or supporting this case? Please raise your hands.
No one has raised their hand online.
Thank you. Mr. Burton.
Mr. Chair, I have
Yeah,
a
I'm
question.
sorry. Do you have questions of staff?
Yeah, I do. I didn't see a residence. How close are the residents to this sign?
Yes, so there are some across the street on 17th Street here to the north, and I believe there may be some off to the east as well. The image is a little too zoomed in to tell there. Okay, off to the east is Trailwoods Elementary. Looks like to the west you have some apartments, as well as to the south. Keep in mind the sign is proposed to be pointing northeast from right about this area here. I believe the only residential is across the street from 17th, but I'm not zoomed out enough to be able to see that.
I think it's important to understand also that the back side of the sign is not illuminated. This sign only faces, the only illuminated portion of it is on the parking lot side. And there's quite a substantial distance from the sign itself to the adjacent property, which if you had a larger map, you could see that it's through the elementary school and very, very far away.
All right, give us a second here, sir. Thank you.
Sure. Yep.
Any other questions of Mr. Tomlin, of staff?
If this wasn't a residential lot, could they proceed?
Depends on what zoning district it would be. There's only 2 or 3 zoning districts, I believe, that permit digital signage. I'd have to look at the code, but I believe that includes B4 and M1.
Mr. Tomlin, is the size of the sign allowed without a variance if it was not a digital sign?
Yeah, so the monument sign size is permitted. It's at 32 square feet, which is the maximum that they are permitted, whether that be residential. If it was commercial, it might be different.
All right, gentlemen, why should we approve your case today?
Well, currently the sign is meant to help to communicate to the kids in the community that go to the center. It's a charitable organization. A lot of kids don't have, they're on foot, they're on bicycle, like weather today. It'd be better to communicate to them if there's a back to school night coming up that's been canceled or if it's been moved. It's going to make it better for the center in general altogether. We have various activities that go on there. There's boxing, there's basketball for all these local kids that benefit from this center. And every once in a while, things do come up. We had a sewer backup a couple months ago that had to be taken care of. And instead of them walking all the way up on that picture, if you look back, they got to go through the lot, walk up the stairs, go to this door for a handwritten sign. This just improves the communication for the local kids in the community that go to the center. It'd be a big benefit to them, along with back to school nights, clothing giveaways for their parents. It'd just be ideal. And it's not like a sign, like it's not going to be like the T-Mobile sign on I-35 that's going to be bright. It's got a light, so it dims at night. And during the day, it's brighter so you can see. And like Justin was saying, I measured, it's about 320 feet from 17th Street. So it's going to be pretty small. It's not going to be a distraction for drivers or anybody going down there. And it's, and like he said as well, White Street behind it, there's next to no traffic up there. It's just basically a big lot that has like I'm going to call it a U. It goes into another road that comes out by that liquor store up there. So I wouldn't see why that would be any kind of problem for the community. If anything, I think the community would embrace it and like it because it would make things more convenient for everybody.
And if I could just echo some of those thoughts too, this is Skip Cox. So I've been down at PAL for 12 years. One of our biggest challenges has always been communication and trying to communicate with the families. A lot of our kids do get dropped off and, maybe dropped off and the kids will walk up the stairs by themselves. So we don't have direct contact with the parents. This really affords us an opportunity to really advertise, promote what things are going on. As Doug said, maybe a cancellation of something, a change in something, but even for the community, because our area gets used a lot by the community, even outside of our PAL families. And having a community that can pull in and see, oh, hey, there is a clothing drive. There is this event going on. We host probably 10 big, huge events that are for our PAL families, but also for the community themselves. And just being good community partners, a great way to promote it is this sign. And so it'll be invaluable. I mean, it really is a big deal for us. And I don't think it's going to negatively impact anybody.
Okay, thank you.
And an additional item, and I think it's important to also understand that kind of the purpose of not allowing the digital sign is the distraction that it creates. Our sign is a little bit different. We're not really trying to provide a distracting message. We are trying to provide a revolving message. So it's a static text that says tonight is X or whatever is canceled for the evening, and it will actually scroll through those messages. It's not a flashing, it's not a blinking, it's not a large distracted, T-Mobile or downtown arena type of sign that's very flashy. It's not intended to be the Las Vegas Boulevard. It's a very static message that's intended to be relayed.
And sir, we had a case up north, maybe last year, and they turned off the sign at about maybe 10 or 10:30 in the evening, so it wouldn't be distracting to the neighbors, and turned it back on at dawn the next day. Your comments? Gentlemen?
Yeah, so I would say, yeah, that's something we could easily do because it is, our center closes at 8 o'clock at night. That's when all the families and the kids have been picked up. So essentially after that, we really don't need to have anything promoting overnight.
All right, thank you. Board members, other questions, comments?
I do. To the representatives that are requesting this, do you have other means of communicating with your participants? Do you have a website? Do you have an app? Do you have social media?
Yes, so we do have social media and we do have a website which we utilize. However, a lot of our families don't have electronic communications. And if they do, it's not something that is really sustainable. A lot of times different phones, they may not have laptops. So our best communication is honestly word of mouth, and having word of mouth in this way would be obviously expanded and enhanced.
What age
And-
group are your participants?
8 to 18.
And if I could jump in, when we're down there volunteering quite a bit, it's not uncommon for a parent to come up and say, gosh, I wish I'd have known about that. We give free physicals to the kids so they can go to participate in sports throughout the year. We have doctors that come in. If they don't hear about that, they miss out. We have a holiday deal coming up where not only do we give gifts, we give toiletries, deodorant, laundry soap. And a lot of those people, that's big to them. And word of mouth just doesn't work. A taped up sign on that door, it is what it is. And I wish everybody could just jump on their iPhone and check things out, but that's just not the way that community is there. A lot of hardworking blue collar people and a lot of people that don't speak English and have to have their kids tell them, because their kids speak English. It's just it'd be a huge asset, I guess is what I'm saying.
And have you received any concerns from the neighbors across the street regarding this?
No, there's been no negative comments or concerns about it at all.
That sign that I was required to post has been up there since we applied for this, and we haven't heard anything.
Board members, comments, motions?
I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session for legal advice.
Okay, pursuant to Ms. Moran?
Section 610.021, parens 1 of the Missouri statutes.
I've got a motion to move into closed session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, please, or not Anna, excuse me. Please call the roll.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Closed session.
So moved.
Second, please, from someone.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorntz. Sarah.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Ebbets.
Aye. And Mr. Hayes, I apologize. We forgot about you out there. Fellow board member. All right, we've come out of closed session. Digital signs are always difficult, and I did speak in error. There was not a digital sign up north as I previously testified. So that's my mistake. So I apologize for that. Maggie, you had some comments, I think.
Yeah, I just don't, my belief is that we've never approved a digital sign in residential zoning. And I have not seen or heard evidence that shows that this property is basically unusable for the use, which sounds like a very good use, without a digital sign. It seems to me there are a lot of other ways of communicating. And for this to be the first digital sign that we allowed, I just haven't heard the evidence to justify that.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Gentlemen, do you have any other comments before I ask for a motion?
I mean, my only comment is that the digital sign is not even viewable by the public, by the residential neighbor. Not quite sure, the actual zoning of the physical property. It doesn't appear to be a residentially used property. And I did understand, we worked very diligently with Anna and Connor to get the best solution. This is not the first rendition of what the department and what they wanted to provide for the project. There was another option that we abandoned because of the feasibility of that one. And so we took direction from city staff and tried to choose the most approvable option with the assumption and the understanding that that was approved in the past. We worked with the team to get it to be as least distractive as possible. That's why there's nothing on the backside and it only faces a wooded area on the opposite side. So that, just to point out that this has been a long process as well. And we have worked hard to get something that was not distracting and was approvable.
And we appreciate your diligent efforts to do that. Of course, the monument sign, without it being digital, is granted. I mean, it's already approved. It's allowed.
Exactly.
In our district. And the other thing is, if you'd be so willing as to try to change the zoning district that the school is in, that would allow a digital sign as well. But that's kind of a complex.
And again, our thought is digital as the intent of digital was written. These are text messages, static text messages that happen to be displayed digitally. And I know that I keep saying that, but there is a big difference between a typical digital flashing sign that's, as I made the reference to previously, Las Vegas Boulevard. That's a distracting digital sign. And a digital sign that just provides a textual information to the community is not a distraction as in my mind is really intended by the ordinance. And I don't know if I said this, but I was also my understanding that there is some legwork or some traction on changing the ordinance as well. And I don't remember if that was Anna or Connor that had mentioned that, but that was something mentioned early on.
They haven't changed it as yet, but that's always up for consideration because the signage of today is more digital than it is paper. So I get it. I understand that, but we've got to govern and we've got to grant variances on the existing regulations, not the
Understood.
proposed.
Yep. Nope. I understand. I worked for the city for almost 10 years and got several city staff that work for me. So I completely understand.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Then you know the procedure.
I do. I understand.
Board members? comments, questions, or motions?
I'll make a motion. In docket item number 15, case number 2024-81, I move that we deny the request for the variance. That's it.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second by Ms. Mixdorf. Yes.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Opposed? Your request is denied. Thank you very much for coming before us. Okay.
Our next item is docket item number 11. CD BZA 2024-145, a request to rehear case CD SUP 2024-12 on about 0.8 acres generally located at 1125 Grand Boulevard.
Give me a second here to look at the staff report. Just be a second. Yeah, I know. Yeah, request for a hearing. Okay. Gentlemen, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Great. Identify yourselves by name.
David Waters, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Aaron Messmer, I do.
Joe Frederick, I do.
Second here. There's a list. Well, there's no list because we're just hearing on the request rehearing. So is there anyone in the live or virtual audience that's either support or opposed to this?
No one has raised their hand online.
Thank you very much. Who's speaking on the case? David?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Good morning to you. And please tell us about the case.
Okay. So this is a request for rehearing from the applicant team. Staff has worked with the applicant in the last week to come to terms on a new set of conditions. And I do have a short presentation that just shows the new conditions. And then I have an additional exhibit related to safety improvements that our mobility manager, Bailey Waters with Public Works, has also reviewed in conversations with the applicant.
Perfect. Tell us about that.
Okay, I will share my screen here.
So this is just on the motion to rehear it.
It's just on the motion to rehear, correct?
So is staff supporting the rehearing?
Yes.
That is correct.
So
Have to make
do
a
we
motion
need to see
rehear
anything?
before he-
Yeah, I do that. So I move that we grant the, but do we generally do it the same day? Well,
We
it's fine.
can't rehear it today. We've got to hear from these guys first.
I think the standard for a rehearing is evidence not available at the time of the original hearing or for good cause.
For good
So I
cause
think
shown.
Right.
you would need some sort of basis before you would.
So I'm happy to speak a little bit to that.
All right, go ahead.
All right, yeah, good morning, everybody. David Waters, Spencer Fan Law Firm, Aaron Mesmer with 1125 Grand Boulevard, Joel Friedrich with Prefix Coffee. Indeed, this matter is before you on our request for a rehearing. As council noted to you, your zoning code provides that the BZA may grant a request for rehearing either on the inclusion of new evidence to be presented or otherwise for good cause shown. I believe we have elements that would satisfy both onto this. As you know, my clients had previously submitted an application for this drive-through facility at 1125 Grand. The City Plan Commission had recommended approval of that application. This body in August, by a 3-2 vote, approved it, but because the code requires a vote of 4 votes, that was deemed a denial. Since that time, that matter has now been appealed to the Jackson County Circuit Court. But since then, and I would say even longer than a week, we've had some very good discussions with city staff as a way to try to find a way to resolve this matter and address additional concerns that have been raised, and even those that were raised at the BZA before. And so that would be so those issues would be the good cause and the new evidence that we present to you this evening. Those proceedings are, of course, are underway, but we've had a very productive dialogue with city staff, and we feel that we're in a position today to present to you those new plan conditions, and all the parties can proceed on this if it pleases this board.
So there'd be new evidence to rehear the case. And that's what we would be doing today, sorry.
The standard is also good cause shown, and we believe that there is good cause as well, given some of the discussions that we and staff have had regarding the appeal of this case and some of the stipulations we've been able to agree to come to a resolution of that.
Board members?
I don't remember the good cause shown being in that's in the rule now.
Yeah, that's in the.
Okay. So the good cause is that the staff has worked out a compromise that addresses all the safety concerns that staff had before?
That's correct.
Sounds like there's new evidence that would support that. Support a rehearing.
I guess, question on that process. So when there's new evidence, is that when we made the determination, the evidence existed, but we were unaware of it? Or,
The ordinance says, new evidence to be presented that was not available at the time of the original hearing.
Or for good cause shown.
yeah, and this would fall into the good cause shown
There-
aspect.
We believe some of the stuff we have today would be new evidence as well, because it's new discussions with staff on new proposals that were frankly just not part of our original discussions that we think we could provide you as well.
One of the new items that is contained in the recommendation is actually to narrow the width of the exit, which was not part of the discussion previously before this board or with staff. So that would be a new concept overall.
Want to clarify between evidence at the time that then becomes new evidence, or if it's just continuing to work on the case to then grant a rehearing, I guess is what I was trying to clarify. So thank you.
Well, board members' thoughts to rehear, or have we heard something? Do you feel there's? I'd like to hear.
Yeah, if staff's supporting it, I think the reason it was not approved before was, I believe, the safety concerns of staff, and if those have been resolved, I think that is good cause to rehear it.
For that today, now?
We believe we can take 3 to 4 minutes.
If you're inclined to grant the rehearing, you may either hear the case now, we're all prepared, or you may set a date for a rehearing.
Yeah, I'd like to get it behind us, so I'd like to hear it now if city staff is prepared. It sounds like Mr. Waters and his staff are prepared, so.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I'll make a motion in docket item number 11. I move that we grant the rehearing requested by the applicants for good cause shown.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. All right. So do you want to go and present the city's case on this, so we bring up the board up to staff?
Yes.
You want to have the applicant?
Yes, the applicant will again start the request for rehearing, and then I will introduce myself for the
Okay,
record.
great.
Okay, so again, we appreciate the opportunity to be here again today. Um, Repeating myself perhaps a little bit, but since the appeal was filed, we've had some very good discussions with staff on this, and we've come to what we believe is a good compromise and addresses some new things that were not spoken about last time. I believe Andrew at least has the proposed plan conditions that he can present to you. I have a printed copy as well, and I did bring copies of those. But I can walk those through you. I don't know if it's easier if Andrew puts them on
That
the
will be
screen for
admitted?
you. Yes.
Right,
Yes, sir.
correct. I don't have an exhibit list, Andrew, but whatever that
I
would
believe
be.
this would be item 11, or maybe the drawing is item 11.
The proposed drawing, that is the new site plan, would be exhibit number 11. I believe these would just be under the new conditions for the overall case. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Has this been admitted before?
This
No.
is new.
So then we would admit it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll admit that both this and the map are the
Okay.
revised drawings as exhibits.
So few of these you have seen before. Those include the speed bump requirement that has not changed, and that was one that we had worked out after one of our last continuances. The watch for pedestrian signs, that one is not changed as well. A signage conforming to city code, that's kind of a boilerplate one, that has not changed. The parabolic mirror installation, that one has not changed as well. The three things that you will see that would be new is that this would be a SUP for a period of 5 years, and that we are also limiting this to a drive-through facility for an eating and drinking establishment that collectively would have than 100 drive-through facility locations in the United States. The concern of staff was that just a broad thing as coffee shop was perhaps too broad, because there might be a very big difference between, say, a Starbucks and a local shop. And so we reached a compromise on that. We're talking about, a smaller scale type of company, and that it has to be one that would have fewer than 100 nationwide stores that would be allowing for this type of SUP to help alleviate staff's traffic concerns. The other issue, and this may not be helpful to you unless you have a drawing, I'm not sure what's showing on the screen or not.
Andrew, share your screen. Thank you.
Staff had expressed concerns about narrowing the width of the egress to make that a little bit more safer, and provide some bump outs there, as even provide a little bit more of a buffer for pedestrian safety as well, and to perhaps slow oncoming traffic that was coming out, that if the traffic is funneled a bit. And so we worked with staff and agreed on these delineators and paint. This is not an engineered drawing. This is a rough, but we would agree to work with the city's mobility department on that. And that was another important concern that staff would raise. This takes it down from 30 feet to 24 feet. And that also complies with I believe the 24 feet is a standard that's set forth in the drive-through regulations as well. So that's the primary new elements of these plan conditions for you. And we certainly appreciate that staff was very open in our conversations. We think we had some very good discussions with them, and appreciate their willingness and their support this morning.
Andrew, is it city staff's opinion that we approve this with the new regulations or new plan conditions, shall I say?
Staff's number one priority was the safety of anyone walking, riding a bike, or even in a vehicle with the anticipated new use here. So staff is satisfied with reducing the driveway egress to 24 feet, which is also meets public works standards on top of what is in Chapter 88.
Okay. Board members, further questions of the applicant or staff?
And all these revisions are shown on Exhibit 11?
That is correct. We asked in condition number 7 that this rough site plan is finalized with the assistance of the mobility division, since that is their expertise. But yes, we are satisfied with this conceptual plan.
I suppose the only question would be if this is introduced as 11, does the drawing become Exhibit 12? We might have to clarify that, or,
However you want to designate.
but yeah, whatever you want to number it, we just would want to make sure that the final product.
And where is the map? Is the map right there? Oh, that piece? Yeah, that'll be exhibit number 12. Thank you.
Wait,
So-
then what's exhibit 11?
This piece,
The
plan
piece of
conditions.
paper
Yeah, the
itself.
plan.
So what you'll see then in the condition number 7 there, it references in its Exhibit 11, we would change that number to Exhibit 12.
All right.
I'd like to make a quick comment.
Yes, Mr.
Again,
Hayes?
today I'm not a voting member of this board, but I was a voting member of the quorum in which we made the initial decision on this case. And I'll say that as I voiced in that meeting, my primary reason for voting no less had to do with the pedestrian and bike safety, which is very important. And I appreciate the apparent improvements here in the design, but the primary reason that I voiced for my vote in favor of denial was just that it was a car dependent use in an area that we as a city do not want to increase car dependent uses in. But so this doesn't necessarily change that fact. But as one board member who's not voting today, that's my opinion.
Thank you, JS. Very important to us. Thank you.
And I have a similar question, I guess, for Mr. Clark. So as we consider the greater downtown area plan, do we envision these types of conditions being pursued for others that may pursue drive-throughs as we talk to, less than 100 drive-through facilities, since the greater downtown area plan was to reduce the number of drive-throughs in our downtown? Maybe you can't answer that, sorry.
Yeah. I'll just say, this is what makes a special use permit special, is that we have to look at every situation case by case.
I certainly don't want to speak for staff, but I also, in terms of concerns over precedent and such, I think it's important to know that these were, longtime existing lanes that have been here. This isn't the installation or creation of something new.
The Traders
The-
Bank always had a drive-through there, as I recall.
And the safety improvements we're making as part of this SUP will also benefit the existing drive-through that is there today. There are 2 ATM, ITM locations there. So part of the benefit is to improve the safety for that facility that's existing and ongoing as well.
Thank you, Mr. Messmer. Board members? Any other questions, concerns?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Gorns.
Case number 00145-1125 Grand. I recommend the board approve the application request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
And the new plan conditions as outlined.
Oh, yeah, and the new ones.
Great. I have a motion. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Opposed?
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you very much for coming before us. People, we're going to take about a 15 quick,
Very much.
15-minute break. Yeah, 15 at the max, and we'll be back at 11:10.
Clock's wrong.
11:10.
It's 10:53.
Okay. Where we go back?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Now we need to go on.
It said stopped.
Oh. Okay, perfect. Coming back out of after our quick break here, starting over at the beginning of our docket, it looks like number one. Thank
Number
you, Sarah.
one, Case CD SCP 2023-10, a request to approve a special use permit for a drive-through restaurant within the Main Street Corridor Overlay District on about 1 acre generally located at 3255 Main Street. The staff planner is Anna Nanoski. The applicant is here. Do you want to confirm quorum first before you swear people in?
Yes, so we're establishing a quorum of Ebbets, Gorns, Mixdorf, Moran, and Ms. Wright. Have you reviewed the documents, or Mr. Hayes to be part of the quorum?
Request from last month or the month before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Feel comfortable, Maisha?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we've reestablished the quorum with Ms. Wright, and we are good to go. Second here, excuse me, Joe, it'll just be a moment. Who do we have in front of us?
You have to introduce yourself. Doug Owen with Phelps Engineering.
Thank you.
Mark Bryan of Rouse Fretz. Adam Brandenburg, McDonald's.
Great. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you for identifying yourselves for the court reporter. Anna, tell us about the case, and then I'll ask for public testimony and testimony out in the virtual audience in just a minute.
Okay, as mentioned, this is docket item number 1, case CD SCP 2023-10. The location in question, 3255 Main Street, and the applicant is seeking a special use permit for a drive-through facility within the Main Street Overlay District. A recap of where the site is: it is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri, more specifically along Main Street. This is a close-up highlighted in yellow of the McDonald's in question. And this is a look of the property from Google Street View. And an image of the site plan provided by the applicant. I did reorient it, so north is over to my left, just so we can fit on the screen a little bit better. And elevations provided by the applicant of the new McDonald's being proposed. Some case history of where we've been on this site. The site is zoned UR. This was a UR mostly established for the retail shopping center over to the south of the property, but it does loop in this property as well. But no details on the McDonald's is in that UR. It's mostly about the strip center. And then the Main Street Overlay District was approved in 2017. And then the property owner at the time brought forward a project plan to renovate the subject site because they wanted to construct a new building and add a second drive-through lane. That case could not proceed forward due to some of the regulations relating drive-through facilities that I'll get into in a little bit. And they were asked, okay, well, what can we do, to get this property redeveloped? So first method that was used was to physically change the text of the Main Street Overlay District to allow for this site to be rebuilt. It was crafted very narrowly so that it would only pertain to this particular drive-through restaurant. However, this case did not move forward through City Council, assumingly because there was not support of the City Council at that time for that text amendment. So then they came to Development Management Division again and really demanded due process, saying, what can we do to get this on the books so we can pursue this matter from a higher court perspective? And that is where we determined that if a drive-through restaurant or a brand new facility was being built in a different section of the Main Street Corridor Overlay District, it would require a special use permit to be established. They fully understood city staff's perspective of what we would be recommending at that time. And then we pursued that process knowing that it was to create the groundwork for the higher court. That special use permit was denied by the BZA. And then it went to that higher level of court where they reversed that decision, and now we see it today. And this snippet that I took from that reversal letter, someone could correct me on the exact name of that document, but it says the court finds McDonald's, their application for a special use permit sought a non-use variance, and that the BZA's denial of the application on the grounds that it sought a use variance was a misapplication of the law. The decision of the BZA is hereby reversed, and the McDonald's application for the SUP should be reconsidered consistent with this order. Now, that was the main point of conversation that staff used during the last SUP presentation. And I'm going to explain why we're still recommending denial, because there's more reasons than just the use variance conversation for why this application could be denied. So today I'm going to go over more of the applicable code to support that, the special use permit review criteria to support that, and the 11 variances that they're still requesting for this project. So to cover the Main Street Overlay District again, this shows the specific use standards for drive-through facilities, where it says that in the Main Street Overlay District that they're only permitted within the neighborhood sub-district. When they are allowed, they're limited to being accessory to financial services like a bank. Other drive-through facilities serving other uses are prohibited. This is a snapshot of the map for the Main Street Overlay District, where it shows all of the different sub-districts. Neighborhood Main Street, that I just said where a bank can have a drive-through, is in pink. And then the blue is a transit node. The yellow blocks showcases where the proposed property is, thus in a transit node, not in a Main Street Overlay District, so a drive-through facility is not permitted at this location. I also want to highlight some of where the future streetcar stops are going to be, which is near this property, and that'll support some of the transit-oriented development policy that I'll get into in a little bit. When is the Main Street Overlay District applicable? So the Overlay District supersedes any regulation of the Standard Zoning and Development Code. So a drive-through facility may be permitted in a B3 zoning district, but not here because the overlay district supersedes that. And new development requires full compliance with the Main Street Overlay District. So they're proposing to demolish the existing building and build a brand new one. That's new development, so full compliance with the Main Street Overlay District applies. As I mentioned, we discussed very heavily of use variance regulation as it applies to state laws and local laws, and why that is a reason to deny the SUP. But considering the court's reversals, I'm now going to go into more reasons why the SUP can still be denied. And the first being non-conforming use and structure regulations. So a non-conforming use is one that was lawfully established at one time, but is now considered out of compliance because the rules have changed. That applies here. So they were a legally established drive-through restaurant, but then the Main Street Overlay District made it a non-conforming use. Same with the structure. And alterations, including enlargements and expansions, are permitted when they comply with applicable lot and building standards. So I'm going to get into why the variances and the requests, make them lose their non-conforming use and structure status. Discontinuance or loss of a non-conforming status is applicable for lots of different reasons, but the two main ones that apply to this case is if a demolition permit has been applied for, or if a certificate of legal non-conforming use was not obtained in the required time. So if They haven't lost it yet because there has been no demolition permit applied for, but they will be requesting one. At that time, they will have lost their non-conforming status. This is a screenshot of the address list that was produced and used when the Main Street Overlay District went into effect, which shows that the property was in receipt of this information, and a copy of the CLNU information that went out that clearly states that you have a year to file for the CLNU since the regulations have changed, and we do not have a CLNU on file for this property. Other ways that a non-conforming use or structure could be lost, again, is in intentional damages caused within control of the owner. So examples: demolition, neglect, intentional blighting, purposeful property damage of the property. I'm not saying the last two apply to this, but just more painting the picture of how one could lose your non-conforming status or structure. That's one topic. Next topic that we talked about pretty extensively for this case is principal use versus accessory use. So according to our code, and a principal use is an activity or combination of activities, because there can be multiple principal uses on a site of chief importance on the lot. So that could include main purpose of the land, buildings, structures, how they're intended to be used, designed, or ordinarily used. I broke out some of those factors in a table to show why the drive-through restaurant is the principal, the drive-through portion is the principal use on the property. So activity or combination of activities of chief importance. Of course, McDonald's is a restaurant and a drive-through. Main purpose of the land, again, McDonald's serves food, it's a restaurant and a drive-through. Main purpose of the design of the structure and the site. That dips in more to drive-through when you look at where the building is located, circulation around the building to accommodate for the drive-through. That all shows emphasis on that principal use. And main purpose of ordinary use, again, the drive-through. During testimony in 2023, the client, indicated that most of the sales and customer traffic occur through the drive-through. Thus, the main use interaction is the drive-through. So all of this tells me drive-through is the principal use. Additionally, drive-through facilities are a separate use category within the Zoning and Development Code for Kansas City. A restaurant, just a restaurant without the vehicular drive-through feature is permitted on the site. But the fact that the two categories exist in the Zoning and Development Code and that the City Council approved one use and specifically didn't the other also tells us that there's an impact difference between the two uses and how they want that to affect the Main Street Corridor Overlay District. Okay, non-conforming use, principal use versus accessory. Now I'm going into the approval criteria for a special use permit and going to identify why the proposal does not comply with any of the review criteria. So first being A, applicable with all standards of the Zoning and Development Code. So as I mentioned, drive-through uses are specifically prohibited when it's a new development. And the BZA is not allowed to waive the approval or review criteria regarding anything in the code, but specifically in this case, what applies is the nonconformity regulations. There are also 11 variances attached to the SUP, to the lot and building and design standards of the MCO. So this all applies that it is not complying with the Zoning and Development Code. As I mentioned before, a drive-through, a restaurant is permitted within this district. And we don't see that the Main Street Overlay District is stripping the property of all economic value. They can still use the property for a different use. And technically, they are permitted to renovate the project 49% at a time, which city staff is open to working with the the client with, through several building permits to avoid demolition. So the property can be modern and be maintained in its current status, which of course, being allowed to renovate the property. And the BZA needs to consider what precedents this sets for the other drive-through facilities in the corridor. Review criteria B talks about public convenience, ensuring that it will not have an adverse impact on the neighborhood or the community. Case history on the site and surrounding properties show public opposition to the vehicular dominant uses, as well as the BZA and other courts upholding their decision. There is conflicts between the proposal and the Main Street Overlay District and transportation-oriented development policies, which was of course supported by the community and the city council. So for example, this is a look at the at a traffic study, at a traffic we'll call it a transit study for future BRT lines or streetcar lines that could run east-west. And this shows that 39th Street and Linwood was also considered in that study. So you've got this property at Main Street, which the streetcar is almost done, and then an additional layer of transportation added for Linwood, which is just a property away from this site. So the city council is telling us that mass transportation is very important in this area, and further vehicular uses should be prohibited. C talks about the compatible character of the surrounding area in terms of planning, site design, scale of the project. So and we've seen the CPC and the city council has seen lots of projects come for the streetcar expansion. It's spurring lots of development that occurred downtown, and it's actively occurring with the extension. And that new development is being built to Main Street Overlay District standards. There are several lot and building and design variances attached to this project, as I've mentioned before, so it will not be compatible with other new development in the area. Since the Main Street Overlay District has been approved and adopted, there has only been one variance approved to those standards, and that was for a fence for the St. Paul's School. So that considers city staff, the development community, what they take on upholding those standards. Review criteria D talks about operational characteristics for the proposal. Of course, we acknowledge that there are other drive-through restaurants along the corridor. They are existing. They are also, allowed to operate in their current state or be redeveloped with an approved use or design. But the whole point of the MCO is to have those operational characteristics for the uses to be more transit-oriented in nature. So walkability, hours of operation, lighting, no traffic generation. That is what the MCO is proposing. And we know creative options are possible. So this is an example of a McDonald's in Minneapolis, and it is near a university. There was an existing drive-through there, but with development pressure, need for a new building, the list goes on and on of why someone would want to redevelop the site. They have redeveloped in a way that supports the university, multimodal transportation. There is no drive-through. It's just a standard restaurant with apartments on top. So that tells us that the organization, the higher level company, is understanding to those needs. And the last review criteria for a special use permit, that it will not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort. As mentioned before, TOD, transportation-oriented development, specifically wants to reduce auto-oriented uses within the Main Street Overlay District. Okay, so non-conforming uses, applicable primary and accessory structures, the special use permit criteria. Now moving on to all of the variance requests. And the bar for the Zoom is blocking the, there we go, I'll move it. Okay. My apologies. So the first variance being sought is a variance to permit a drive-through restaurant in the transit sub-district of the Main Street Overlay District. As I mentioned before, it's only permitted in the neighborhood sub-district. How substantial variation is this? Well, it's a complete deviation. Will this change the character of the neighborhood and adjoining properties? So yes, of course, there is a drive-through restaurant here now. However, the BZA does need to consider what the site will look like long-term, as this property does not conform with the MCO and the rest of the buildings around it will eventually stay the same or meet the Main Street Overlay District. Can this difficulty be obviated by some other means? The drive-through restaurant is allowed to continue and it can be renovated. But again, a reminder about 88-56502B4, which prohibits the Board of Zoning Adjustment to waive, modify, or otherwise vary any of the review or approval procedures. This includes the review and approval procedures for nonconformities, which the applicant is requesting, because if a structure loses its nonconforming status, which I explained why it was, it's not allowed to be reestablished. Variance B, a variance to permit a drive-through restaurant not attached to a financial service in the Main Street Overlay District. I explained that when they are allowed, they're only allowed as accessory to financial services like banks. They want it to be a drive-through restaurant. So this is a complete deviation from the code. Again, same explanation that they're allowed to be on the current site, but the BZA has to consider what it would look like for this property to not conform when most of the corridor does conform or will conform. Again, the note about the BZA's powers and what they're not allowed to do. And if the property is losing their non-conforming status, it's prohibited from reestablishing a non-conforming use. From a staff's perspective, we still believe that if you are allowing a legal non-conforming use to be expanded, this could still be considered a use variance, which I should have mentioned on the other variance request as well. C, which talks about where the drive-through can be located. So again, when allowed, it is only permitted on a corner lot. This is not a corner lot. This is complete deviation. You heard the same spiel that I just had 2 times. That same information applies to variance C. Review variance D. Variance to the required primary architectural materials on the front facade. They want to use more of a secondary material. This is, and I'm going to keep moving around this stupid little bar, is a 25% increase from the regulation. The proposal will not cause a change in existing conditions, but again, understand the precedent that this will set for new development not conforming with the Main Street Overlay District and how that affects the entire character of the corridor. As mentioned before, the existing drive-through is allowed to stay there in its current conditions and be renovated, but with its non-conforming status, expansions or changes must comply with the code. This does not. And again, remember 88-56502B4, which prohibits the Board of Zoning Adjustment from waiving, modifying, or varying conditions related to the nonconformities. E is a variance to the floor area ratio within the Main Street Overlay District. It's required to be 1. This is to support that transportation-oriented development where you've got tall buildings close to the street to create that more downtown urban feel. Their proposal is 0.10. This is, the variation is 0.90. Again, this will not change considering existing conditions, but we have to remember the precedent. This will set for new development. And then the same explanation that I gave on can this be obviated applies to variance E as well. Variance F talks about the minimum building frontage requirement of the Main Street Overlay District. Again, this is to support transportation-oriented development. The Main Street Overlay District requires 70. They want 0, of course, because the building is a drive-through pushed back from the front property line. It's a complete deviation. Same explanation for will a substantial change to the neighborhood be cause, and can it be obviated applies from the last couple of variance requests to this one. For the sake of time, I'll just keep going because there's still much more to cover. G talks about the front setback of the Main Street Overlay District. Again, it's to support, the reason for that regulation is to support transportation-oriented development. This section requires 0 foot minimum front setback. They're requesting a 40, again, to accommodate for the drive-through. Substantial change, and can the need be obviated? That same explanation applies to this one as well. H talks about the height of a building required for the Main Street Overlay District. Main Street Overlay District requires 3. They're proposing 1. That's a 2-story difference. Again, this regulation is to promote that transportation-oriented feel of the corridor. Buildings close to their front property, tall, walkability. I could go on and on about transportation-oriented development, but that's my high-level explanation. The analysis regarding will a substantial change occur, and can the request be obviated from the past couple of variances, again, applies to this. Think about precedent for new development and the powers of the BZA. During one of the last hearings in 2023, they talked a lot, the applicant talked about how this substantially complies with the Main Street Overlay District. And I just want to put into perspective that this is a standard size of a McDonald's. So this is an example up north near Zona Rosa. This building is roughly 20 feet 10 inches tall, and the proposed building is 21 feet 7 inches tall. So they've not substantially modified the property to, or the proposal to the Main Street Overlay District. That this is a standard design for McDonald's. Variance I is moving on to signage because in one of the meetings in 2023, they also indicated the need for the menu boards that will be associated with the dual drive-through. So per our code, a menu board is in the same category as a monument sign. And in the Main Street Overlay District, there's size limitations for a monument sign. It needs to be 20 square feet and 4 feet in height. The proposal is 38.42 square feet. This is a 92% increase. Will this change the character of the neighborhood? We say yes, because oversized signs create clutter. That's the point of the stricter regulations for the Main Street Overlay District. And can the difficulty be obviated by any other means? A change in design could obviate the need for this variance. The existing drive-through sign can, of course, stay there. Variance J, which is allowing the menu board to be digital. Per the Main Street Overlay District, electronic, digital, or motorized signs are prohibited. They want the digital menu board. This is a complete deviation. Will a substantial change occur to the surrounding properties and the character of the neighborhood? Yes. The City Council explicitly adopted the regulations to prohibit signs with digital features within the Main Street Overlay District. Assumingly because light pollution can negatively affect neighboring properties. Of course, the existing sign menu board, which is not digital, can stay there. A change in design can obviate the need for a variance, and the board should consider that another portion of their powers or powers that they don't have is to grant a variance to vary the type or number of signs. And then the last digital monument sign case that the board just reviewed. Then variance K, which I believe is the last variance that I'm going to discuss, is a variance to permit multiple menu boards. So again, in the Main Street Overlay District, they're stricter with their sign requirements. When a monument sign is permitted, they're only allowed one. They want 2 menu boards for the 2 drive-through lanes. This is a complete deviation. Will a substantial change be produced? Yes, because the Main Street Overlay District was specifically designed to reduce sign clutter and look, and we'll see lots of signs complying with this regulation throughout the overlay district. Can it be obviated through a means, any other means? Yes, a change in design could occur, and again, to remind the board of the powers that they do not have regarding signs. Okay, last portion of this presentation talks about the variance review criteria, and first being A, which talks about the need for hardship to be applicable when approving a variance, and some things to consider about when a hardship is there is listed on the screen. So can the land, does the regulation reduce the return on investment to 0 practically? Will the plight of the landowner, is it due to a unique or unusual circumstance, or are the conditions not occurring throughout the neighborhood? So city staff, we do not believe that the MCO regulations reduce the property's value to 0, because there's other permitted uses, there's other ways for them, to keep this property alive. So it does not bring the reasonable return to 0. And is this a unique circumstance just to McDonald's? No. The Main Street Overlay District covers a large section of the Main Street corridor, and that there are other drive-through uses within the corridor subject to these regulations as well. The variances will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. I just explained, all of those reasonings. The effect of public interest, so the existence of transportation-oriented policies, the Main Street Overlay District, the case history that we see with this property and other properties shows us that there is a large public interest in reducing vehicular-oriented uses within the corridor. And can the property owner pursue other permitted uses and projects, and do other alternatives exist? Yes. And then to also get ahead of some things that were addressed in their response, which is Exhibit 17. I'm going to go into that now. They address the BZA's powers, that the BZA is authorized to grant a variance to any regulation in the Zoning and Development Code, and that is not true. They failed to list 88-565-02B in that narrative, which talks about specifically what the BZA is not allowed to do: grant a use variance, grant deviations to the subdivision code, waive, modify, or amend a definition or use classification, waive, modify, or vary review and approval procedures, which applies here to nonconforming uses. Any condition that was approved by another body. So if an MPD plan has a condition on it that says that they have to do a certain thing, the BZA could not grant a variance to change that. Only the city council can do that, and vary the type and number of signs allowed. That the restaurant is only asking for a limited number of variances that they deem to be virtually impossible, and we disagree with that as well. I kind of not codified, broke this down into certain categories to get a number to represent, to quantify how much they're in compliance or not in compliance. And we're seeing that they only meet 6 out of the 13 requirements that are applicable for this site, which is only a 46% compliance. And so that's not limited, and very unique that someone is not complying in that nature with the applicable regulations. Hardship, more about hardship. They didn't receive that CLNU that was requested back when the ordinance, the Main Street Overlay District, was adopted in 2017. From previous conversations and testimony in 2023, it's unclear to me or not if these were the property owners when the Main Street Overlay District went into effect, but that's a private conflict between them and the previous seller or their realtors, not the city's ability to apply the code to the property. And again, more discussions about the minimum amount of variances being requested. Reminder that there's 11 variances being requested, which is only a 46% compliance with the Main Street Overlay District. And so that concludes my presentation. I went over why we are still recommending denial of the special use permit, regardless of considering the state's reversal, because there's multiple reasons why it can still be denied. Non-conforming use situation, the special use permit criteria, the 11 variances. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anna. That was very detailed.
Yes.
Gentlemen, I meant to ask who's ever speaking on the case, we have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 17 that I need to admit for this case today. Do I have your permission to admit those? Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Those are admitted. One of those was a presentation by Ms. Anna, and we've heard that. Board members, do you have any questions of city staff?
I do. On the non-conforming use, are you saying because they didn't apply for non-conforming use within the time period required, they can't still exist?
No, when you lose your non-conforming status, there were those several factors that applied. One of them being if you didn't get the CLNU. So the CLNU would have granted them more vested rights. They have that right now, regardless of the piece of paper. But when you're considering tearing down the building and doing other regulations, that would help secure their rights.
Okay, so you're not saying they can't renovate?
I'm saying they can renovate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was confused.
And renovate up to 49%
At a
of the square footage, okay? Any other questions? Sure.
The driveway, excuse me, the driveway we saw was the entrance and exit to the drive-through. Is there another driveway going into the restaurant?
There's one curb cut on the property.
Just one?
Mhm.
If I could, they do have an access easement on the property to the south, which comes into the southeast corner through another access easement. So they do have rights to access one straight through the property and another through an access easement from the property to the south.
Otherwise, everybody's pretty much going in and out that one on Main Street.
Yeah, that's the primary entrance, but there is a secondary entrance.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen, why should we proceed with approval of your request, sir?
Can you please pull up?
This PowerPoint will be exhibit number 18 and is admitted.
Respect everyone's time. I'd like to, if we could just mind.
Bring the microphone a little bit closer to you. Thank you, sir.
Respect to everyone's time. If you don't mind, Anna, can we just jump to page 9 of the PowerPoint presentation? So Anna spoke about the history of our application with respect to this site, the redevelopment of the site. Keep going.
Oh,
Sorry.
was it 9?
Next. There we go. So just wanted to clarify the history first. McDonald's approached the KCMO with a redevelopment of this site through a DAT meeting
in July of 2017, within the time frame under the prior applicable zoning code. We held that GAT meeting, at which time we proceeded with our due diligence and work on the application. Next page. The Kansas City Department of Transportation Development Committee meeting was held in December of 2017, where we provided land to KCMO for the development of the streetcar. And we continued with our application in work with staff. Next page. It wasn't until May of 19 when our application with staff support made it was to go before City Council, that at that time, attorney representative for the city identified that staff had erred in their support of our application and their routing of our application. They had previously indicated that because we were UR, we were not held accountable to the overlay district. And I guess that was determined by Sarah Baxter in May of 2019 to have been in error, which routed us to this whole process of requesting a variance. So that's why you won't see the application for CLN. We were under the impression and following staff's recommendation through the application process that we were a UR and not accountable to all components of the BZA overlay, or the, I'm sorry, the overlay, the Main Street Corridor overlay. So I guess further reasons for support. The application has had prior support of staff as designed. It was not the applicant's first design. It was worked wholeheartedly with staff to come up with a design that would bring us as much in compliance with the overlay district as possible. Once, realization was made that we would have to comply. So we bring ourselves more in adherence to the overlay district than we currently are. As staff has indicated, we currently can renovate piece by piece to achieve similar, but not exact. And I think the application before you benefits the community much more so than a renovation timely over time. Just from an energy code, there's things you can do with a new building that you cannot do through renovations to provide a better overall result to community, including staff of the restaurant. And then I'd like to speak specifically to a couple of the variance items. So variance D that was mentioned, this is sure I have it right. I think it's page 17 regarding architectural materials. So I appreciate staff's thorough review of our application and continued review and update of, where we require variances. I think this was one that was pointed out late in the process upon approval by Planning Commission. So it was our interpretation that the 20% secondary material was related to just the first floor elevation, so height from 0 to 10 feet, in which case we have brick, glass, as well as metal. It is at the faux second floor elevation where we have additional secondary material metal that takes us over the 20% mark if you look at the elevation as a whole. Again, this was supported by staff in our initial application, but we do have the ability to change the alpolic panels to be a hardy panel, a cement board panel, which fiber cement siding is a primary material. So I think we can meet the intent of the overlay district without a variance there. And then specifically, again, new introduction for variances as of this week regarding the drive-through menu board signage or drive-through menu boards. I believe that's page 19. So first, per the overlay district, monuments are permitted when frontage exceeds 100 feet, which we have approximately 265 feet of frontage. And setback is greater than 40, we are at 40 feet, or setback is greater than 30, we're at 40 feet setback. The monument would meet height and size requirements. So regards to menu boards, it's specifically addressed in 88445, that they need to be less than 30 square feet, less than 8 feet tall, and no greater than 8 feet overall height. I think the variance mentioned by staff was incorrect. We are not requesting menu boards that are 38.2 square feet. The menu boards are less than 20 square feet. They're approximately 19 something square feet. And as permitted under 88445, 2 menu boards per lane are permitted. So I guess in general, I just would like to state that, McDonald's goal with this effort was is to provide the community in which we've been operating in for nearly 40 years or 40 plus years with a updated, new, relevant facility that showcases the best of what McDonald's has to offer today. Be it in dining, drive-through, walk-up, or one of the various digital offerings. In this instance, it's only achievable through the variance request, many of which are attributable to our nature of being a restaurant business, not specific to drive-through. We've put forth great effort with this application towards achieving the objectives of the overlay. When the error was realized that we would need to comply, although our initial application was not intended to comply. And I just, reiterate that this is a significant investment by McDonald's and our local owner operators here represented today, Ann or Jeff. Nearly $4 million of reinvestment into the community. They've been longstanding members of the community and through philanthropic efforts provided support to the community. They provide supportive staff and the crew persons in the community. It's a place to work and represents a $4 million investment, which is significant to redevelop and provide their crew persons and their community customers with the best restaurant experience possible.
Thank you. Mr. Bryant?
Chairman, the person speaking to you is Adam Brandon, construction man.
Sorry to interrupt. This is the court reporter. Could you please speak into the microphone? Thank you.
I apologize. His name is Adam Brandenburg. He is the construction manager for McDonald's. Behind me are Regev and Ann Alon. They are the owners of the restaurant. And this has been a very long process, as Mr. Brandenburg has explained. And it has been a tortuous road. But at the end of the day, there are some inescapable conclusions. And those conclusions are irrefutable, they're undeniable, they are the truth. And the truth is that you either have the existing restaurant in its current form as a non-conforming use, or you get a new restaurant. And McDonald's is here today to ask you for permission to rebuild a restaurant that is now 40 years old, outdated, and is not serving the public very well. And they want to do it under circumstances that are better for the public than that existing restaurant is ever going to be. Restaurants are really no different than anything else, be it automobiles or refrigerators or airplanes. As time passes, technology improves, and the new product is much better than the old product. We really don't want to put your grandmother's refrigerator into your new kitchen, and you really don't want to see and drive your grandfather's old Pontiac because you have the ability to do something new that's better. And that's what they're asking you for permission to do here. Anna can say that the new restaurant is not as conforming as we'd all like for it to be, but the truth is, it's a heck of a lot more conforming than the old restaurant. And we're all better off with the new restaurant than we are with the old. They're not asking to do anything that is a great deviation. They are asking to rebuild that restaurant in the same footprint that it currently exists. And they're asking to do it at a restaurant that is already served with a drive-through. They're not asking you to do anything that's really out of the ordinary. They're not even really asking you to add a second drive-through. At the end of the day, that building is going to be served by one pay window and one food delivery window, just like the current restaurant is. And that's one drive-through. And that's all they're asking you for permission to do. They're not a scofflaw. This is a corporate citizen that has been paying taxes, that has been providing employment, and that has been providing services to our residents for now close to 45 years. And they don't deserve to be shut down now for no good reason. You're going to have a drive-through there anyway, and so it might as well be a drive-through that functions in a manner that eliminates overflow and backflow into Main Street. And that's in essence the gist of the request. This,
Right. Or go ahead. I'm sorry. I
One
didn't know you
last
had
thing.
more to say. Sorry.
you know, you've seen 5 iterations of staff reports. Every last one of them would rob you of the authority to grant the variances. Every one. Over and over and over again, it says, this is beyond the authority of the Board of Zoning Adjustment to grant. And that is not true. That's not true. When the denial came down the last time on that basis and the appeal was made, the court's decision was clear. Everything you had been told was an error. You were told over and over and over again, this is a use variance, this is a use variance, this is a use variance. 18 pages of this is a use variance. None of it was true. None of it. Not only was it not true, but please note, the city did not appeal the decision of the circuit court. Didn't appeal it because they never really did think that it was a use variance. The same is true here. When she says this is an effort to change the review and approval procedures, which is a violation of section 88-565-02B, no, it's really not. The review and approval procedures, Maggie, are in the 500 series. Non-conforming uses are in the 600 series. And we're not talking about changing any review or approval procedure at all. In fact, we're scrupulously following everyone in an effort to get this restaurant rebuilt. And so I apologize that I've gone on long, but that is the case. You're either going to get that old restaurant or you can have a newer, better restaurant.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Do you have any other comments before we open up to questions and other things?
No further comments.
Do we have anyone in the live audience or in the virtual audience that's either supporting or non-support of this request?
I do have one hand raised online.
Anyone in the live audience who wants to testify? And,
I do have a question for the applicant.
okay, go ahead.
Have you all, has McDonald's determined that it can't properly renovate this property under our non-conforming use provisions, the 49%? I know it'd be better if you could tear it down and build a new, but
Yeah.
have you determined that it's impossible to improve this
We have
site?
not determined that it's impossible. We would have to work with staff and understand the timelines of the 49%. How often could we do that? We'd have to work with staff on assessed value, get independent IOVs to see what numbers we are working with to identify whether that path is feasible or not. I can speak from experience on prior instances. It is difficult and provides a far inferior product in the end, should that route be adhered to or followed.
And I'm a little confused about the UR. The staff originally thought the UR was exempt from the overlay district? No.
Yes.
This is that
Why
directed
would-
source. So per MCO 1.b.4, UR, it says existing MPD and UR districts are exempt from standards of this document.
I'll give the full text in a second when I pull up the overlay district.
We have a letter in the form of an email wherein Jamie Hickey and Joe Rex
Twinkle.
admit that in no uncertain terms, they had been working with McDonald's every step of the way immediately prior to the adoption of the main corridor overlay. And their assumption at that time was that it would not have to comply. And so what happened was they agreed to all the changes that now staff is alleging are horrible. They were all agreed to. And McDonald's was told, you're fine, and you can proceed with this amendment of the UR, even though it doesn't comply with the main corridor overlay. And this matter got as far as the ordinance request. It got through City Plan Commission. It had the recommendation for approval of the staff and got all the way to the law department. And Sarah Baxter said, well, no, it's got to comply with the main corridor overlay. And at the time she was saying, you can't get a use variance because she was saying it was a use variance. And so it took years before they even applied for a use variance. I mean, for a variance, but they could have.
So I personally cannot speak to the discussions that Jamie Hickey and Joe Rex Winkle had, because I was not working for the city when that happened. But we do acknowledge that an error during that project plan process did happen where this section of code was missed, thus the backtrack. But that's all I know. The code section reads from the overlay district, existing MPD and UR districts are exempt from the standards of this document. However, when new MPD or UR plans are adopted or amended, are made to existing MPD or UR plans, the standards of this document shall be met. So if you look at it through an amendment of the development plan for this UR district, which I mentioned, heavy relies on the strip center, the commercial strip there, and not the McDonald's. It was just looped into that zoning. Tearing down the building and building a brand new one, that would trigger, and all the changes they're requesting, an amendment to that development plan. Amendments to the plan must meet code, and then you're still in the same situation where the use isn't permitted.
But what is the exemption? So there is no exemption.
Well,
I don't understand that because it says there's an exemption and then it says, but there isn't. If you've got to amend anything, there isn't.
That's the way it's written and
Okay.
adopted by city council.
Okay.
So if I can just add further context. So again, myself wasn't involved in this case matter at that time as either. But my history with McDonald's, almost 14 years, tells me that if we were going through the process and had to hit a deadline of December 21st, 2017, and we started the process in July of 2017 to adhere to the prior code and not be culpable to the new overlay, we would have done that effort and we would have done it and met the timeline. We have the resources available. I think it was, and this again, my supposition, that based on staff's guidance, the guidance that it wasn't necessary that we meet that overlay regardless, the effort wasn't put forth to file an application prior to the deadline.
I think those are all the questions I have.
I have just a couple questions before we get to public testimony. So we know there are 6 complete deviations, and you talked a little bit about maybe changing some materiality to get things into conformance. This has been going on for a year plus. Have you developed any of those for us to review? Are we still, from what I see, we're still reviewing the same proposal from a year ago, and there's been no consideration. I know the court ruling was on this use variance piece, but during those conversations, we talked about the severe number of variances being included for this project and what else could be considered. And I'm not seeing anything else showing that there's been an effort made to reduce those number of variances.
I guess my response to that was we've been unclear in whether or not it was a variance that is necessary. Again, we said the calculation, I have to go back to the code, but it specifically references first floor.
Well, that's materials. I get that.
Specific to
I get that
materials,
one, but
yeah.
there's 11 of them or so. And so what has been done to try and reduce those number of variances to make this more palatable? I'm only one board member, but right now that's a lot of deviations from what we would allow from our city code.
Well, and a great many of those have to do with the drive-through.
Correct. Which is where
but-
the overlay comes into consideration.
Yes. And the sheer number is more the result of the fact that there has been a decided effort by the administration to, in effect, outlaw fast food restaurants with drive-throughs in the main corridor. And so it's unfair to say when staff has made a decided effort to make you unlawful, to say, well, you sure need a lot of variances. Well, yes, you do. Yes, we do. I mean, if all of a sudden, out of the sky blue, all of a sudden, the law is a drive-through has to be connected to a bank, we're not a bank.
But I think this goes back to the existing versus new. And so I think we understand those pieces.
Okay.
My concern is if the main corridor overlay is to reduce drive-throughs, what you're trying to do is expand drive-throughs. And that is opposite of what the public had decided they wanted in this. You're adding another one.
No, we're not.
The site plan shows 2 lanes,
It's
Ma'am?
2 lanes of
order
drive.
them in the menu, and then you go into the pavilion.
Yes. So that's an expansion of a drive-through that would not be allowed in the overlay.
No, ma'am.
So that's my comments at this moment in time. Do other board members have comments? If not, we can open up to the public.
May I explain?
Answer her concern, sure.
Right now, when you go to 3255 Main, there are two what are called queue lines right now. And those 2 queue lines have existed at that location since its construction in 1985. We're not asking to add a queue line. We're not asking to add a drive-through. We're asking to operationalize the existing additional queue line that is already there. That's it. There's not,
Not used now, you're saying, but it. What do you mean? You're asking to operationalize?
yeah, there's a queue line.
You've got 2 queue lines. Are both of them used now?
No, only one.
Okay.
Both are marked
I see.
and both are constructed, but only one has been in use.
Okay.
And we're asking to add the board to that second queue line.
And this is in an effort to reduce queue and traffic and potential backlog onto the site. So specific to McDonald's we're not a destination. People don't seek us out. They don't make a reservation to come to us. They're not searching Yelp to find us. It is most typically a spur of the moment driving down the road. So we don't typically add traffic. So, you know, all we're doing is trying to reduce what traffic does come down that and get moved onto our site from backing up onto Main Street, which the application does better than it currently does today.
Adam, variance request, I talked about the signage for the menu board. You disagree with that? Is that right?
Well, I
Yes.
just, the overlay district doesn't address menu boards because it doesn't account for drive-throughs. But if you refer to the KCMO code that does address menu boards, we are in compliance with the KCM code for menu boards. Our height and size are compliant. We have these menu boards elsewhere in the Kansas City.
The overlay district specifically says one monument sign per street frontage. You can tell the intent of the overlay is per monuments on the street frontage. It's not really intended for menu board signs, although if you go to the city's code, menu boards are under the monument sign category, so I think that's where the confusion is, but I don't think the intent of the overlay was to apply this size or number of signs towards menu boards.
Right. City Plan Commission in their previous meeting liked your proposal. Is that correct? With any conditions, many conditions, some conditions?
Conditions, like there are.
Of course.
But yes, they did recommend the approval. We note that every time this matter has been before the City Plan Commission, they have recommended approval. It was before the City Plan Commission in the form of the text amendment. They recommended approval. When it came back in this shape, they recommended approval. And in fact, despite the suggestion that it was beyond your authority, we had the affirmative vote of 3 members of this board the last time this case was heard. The rationale for approval is really pretty overwhelming because you're either going to get that old restaurant or you're going to get a new one. And the new one really is better.
But you could renovate up to 49%. That's still an alternative option to get you a more modern establishment while meeting the corridor overlay.
And it's also, under these circumstances, an unnecessary hardship, which is one of the standards by which this board is to grant variances. And that, by definition, is an unnecessary hardship on McDonald's, on our patrons, on everybody. And
But I will say one more thing and I will be quiet. But you've already testified that you have not determined if other options are impossible. And we do know that other alternatives exist. So we're looking at 11 variances and we have not yet explored any other options that could try to get us closer to compliance. I don't see your undue hardship since those avenues have not been explored.
So let's speak to I mean, I appreciate staff's efforts to try and suss out all that is needed. Some of these variances, the last time we went before you, there was 8 being requested. 3 were added as of Friday, specific to the monument menu. So we're trying to respond to those. So,
okay.
And previously, before we went to the Planning Commission, the material was not listed as a variance either. That was added at that meeting. So I think we're trying to get a complete application and not have to go before you again. And I appreciate staffs, but sometimes it's brought before additional that we weren't able to address in time.
And I respect those. I understand that.
And so,
I guess my question is stemming from the larger opportunity you have at this site. If you are looking to rebuild and renovate, and we are in this transit node, looking at the potential that could occur for the public good at that corner lot with the streetcar coming down Main and other transit opportunities in the area, I appreciated the photo that was shared of a Minneapolis location. It's not that these are foreign concepts to include either a mixed-use development or a higher rise or meeting some of these requirements as being closer to the street and some of those situations which are not being considered in any of these variances. we're placing it exactly where it was without taking into account the new overlay of what could also be done to resituate potentially the site. I know there's been site studies, traffic studies, and I think that's determined why you are where you are. But I just think there are alternatives available.
Well, I think that was also in work with staff. So that basically we were substantially creating a renovation, but doing it all at once. So that's part of the reason why you're not seeing substantive changes in building lay, positioning, lot design. We also keep this car stacking to the rear of the lot, next to the Home Depot parking lot and the Home Depot staging and loading docks, and off the main street. So I guess the reasons why, since we've gone to Planning Commission, we haven't further, Planning Commission supported it. It was previously supported by staff. So that's why it exists the way it does.
Thank you.
Let's hear from someone in the person's name in the audience.
Laura Burkhalter.
Miss Laura, can you turn on?
Yes.
There you are.
Yes.
I've got to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And your name one more time for the court reporter, please.
Laura Burkhalter.
Perfect. Give us your comments on this case today, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm Laura Burkhalter. I live at 4134 Locust Street. I'm a long-term Midtown resident. I am president-elect for Midtown KC now, and I've been a strong supporter of the streetcar since the beginning of the extension plans. I want to just echo and support the staff's recommendation today for denial of this case. We've been here before, and I'm just going to restate that this is kind of a lack of imagination by McDonald's to come up with a solution that is a better use for this site, considering all the transit development and the $350 million investment that the city, the state, and the federal taxpayers have put toward Main Street. So I encourage you to deny this application today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burkholder. Okay. Board members, any other questions or comments? Any final thoughts on the McDonald's side?
So I think
Mr.
that
Bryant?
the Minneapolis site, I think, garners some interest. I wasn't directly involved with that location either, but again, I have history in other similar instances. In some instances, we own our property. In other instances, we are a tenant. So that is a possible explanation for why that site was redeveloped as a mixed use, and we are no longer have a drive-through. We may have had a ground lease that expired, and that landlord decided to garner additional revenue income by going vertical and adding more uses to the property. So one possible explanation, I can't speak again. I wasn't specifically involved, so I don't know the specifics of that, but that's, in my experience, often the case.
And you have been a longtime tenant, or a landowner, should I say, at that property for many, many years. So. Okay. Hey, you people.
Chair, I have a motion.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Gorence.
Case docket 1, 00010 3255 Main Street. I recommend the board approve the applicant request in accordance with site plans and staff report and all considerations after.
Have a motion?
Okay,
You want,
the applicant's request is for a special use permit. Is the applicant also requesting those variances, or was that just something staff said they would need?
We requested some variances.
You requested the variance.
And then staff added variances that we didn't request.
So with,
But the initial request was just a SUP, special use permit. Is
Yes,
that
it is.
correct?
It is. And remains.
And you're saying at least two of the variances you don't need, D and I are the ones I wrote.
Well, we would need to amend the approval to, it's either an interpretation, as interpreted. I don't think there's clarity given, on whether the variance is required as far as materials. We could resolve that by just amending the application to substitute fiber cement panels for pollock panels, for that one. And then again, on the menu board, I guess we're not asking for a deviation from the size, but I guess the question still exists as whether we need the variance because clearly it's a monument, quantity, et cetera. I guess that just is a matter of interpretation.
Yeah, I think it'd be I and K under the signage. What it's just interpretation. One's the size of the boards, and the other is the number of boards. That'd be where the interpretation I think needs made if those variances are even necessary.
Well, and the first variance is to allow it in that, allow it in that district. If the SUP were approved, that wouldn't.
Anna?
We believe they would be needed.
All of them.
Yes.
Is the first variance is to permit a drive-through restaurant in the transit node sub-district of the Main Street overlay district.
Correct.
So even if they got an SUP, they would still need a variance?
Correct, because they're not permitted in the transit sub-district.
Okay.
so my motion was for a new building and two signs, menu signs, and
Yeah, kind of the way it lists, but
Yeah.
no one seconded that, so let's get a few more discussions to make sure we're clear on what we're asking for, Tom, or Mr. Barnes. Maggie, do you see another variance request they may not need?
I don't know. I'm confused by
Yeah.
the whole thing. So,
Yeah.
you know, I guess I'm concerned because it seems like if we force them to go back and just renovate to 49%, we're going to get an inferior product, that maybe nobody wants. So practically, I think their request makes sense, but we also have an overlay but we also have staff who told them they didn't have to comply originally, which concerns me greatly if they're working on this project for years. So I have very mixed, I think as a board, we need to, once the council passes an overlay district like that, and they've got good reason to do that with the streetcar, I think we need to make every effort to enforce that. But I think this is just such an unusual. I'm torn, so I'd like to hear how the other board members.
My only comment was it has been there forever. And it's not a new facility, although it looks like it's a new facility when we approve it, but in fact, it's not. It's been there forever. And it appears they made good faith effort in 2017 to pursue the right avenues, and things happened. Maybe that's why we're here, to grant that variance, because things did happen back then that shouldn't have happened. So I agree with Adam saying McDonald's has definitely got the pocketbook to make this thing succeed had they known the right conditions. They're not ones to dog something if it's not correct. So, but I'm just one board member again, sorry.
I'm also concerned about the language in the overlay district that says URs are exempt, but then says, but they're not if they make any changes. That doesn't, to me, that's not very clear language. And so I can see why the staff was confused by that. I mean, I also see why the law department said what they said, but I just, I don't get what the exemption is. And so I think the applicant is stuck with maybe some of the city's mistakes that I don't like to hear that. But
Any other board member comments? If not, Tom, do you want to try it again?
Yeah, I think a new one would be good with Kansas City just growing and going and Mr. Chair, I still have the same motion on case number docket 1000010 located at 3255 Main Street. I recommend the board approve the applicant request in accordance with site plan, staff, and with conditions, any conditions.
I have one more request. Sorry to interrupt. If we just approve the SUP, but put the variances off for a later date, and encourage the applicant to minimize the number of variances that they bring back to us, would that work?
I think the question is, can you approve the SUP without the variances, but then request the applicant to amend the SUP so that there's potentially less variances? Would that be possible?
Okay, so you're saying you don't.
No,
think
no,
it-
I'm
okay.
clarifying your question.
Okay, I think that's my question. Yeah.
Okay. Is that procedurally technically possible? From a staff's perspective, I think yes, you could ask the law department what they think about that. But you would at least need to approve some of the use-related variances, for lack of a better term. And then we would address the site ones when they amend their SUP. So they still couldn't like pull a building permit in that scenario.
I think you'd at least have to approve variances A, B, and C.
I mean, would that be a compromise that the applicant would be interested in, or you've waited so long you don't want to have to come back?
Preferentially, we'd like to proceed with the application as presented, but I mean, our ultimate goal is what's best for the facility and the community, which is the rebuild of the restaurant. I guess I need to further understand the ramifications of that. Does that send us back through planning commission? I guess, who do we, because we've
Not for
had
the
prior
variances,
support.
yeah. Except you said they would again need to amend the SUP. Okay, so I don't think that's gonna work. Never mind. Okay, you have.
But as part of this motion, we don't have to accept all variances at once. We can take them line item by line item. So if we think that there are specific ones that you would like to have addressed now, that can be taken into consideration.
Sure, A, B, and C would be needed.
On the floor area ratio, wouldn't that be?
We would certainly
would
need
also-
that. We wouldn't be able to, I don't see any adjustment to be made. Frontage of 70%, regardless of whether we positioned our building lengthwise on the street, we still wouldn't meet the 70% due to the length of our building. So I would think we would still need that one.
It sounds like really they'll need all of them, and it looks like variance I will be the one, it's the monument sign that we may need to get really clarification on, because they're saying they're not even asking for 38 square feet, or square feet. Is that correct?
Correct. Somewhere on my laptop, what the actual square footage is. 0.9 times 2. Our actual boards are 19.8 square feet. At 5'11" overall height.
Which falls within the 20 square foot requirement. So variance I just needs to be dismissed.
That's why I look at it.
Is that for one or the two? Or does that number total amount come in?
I think that's up for interpretation of the Main Street Overlay District. If they wanted to submit a formal site plan with all of this information, we'd be happy to reconsider and analyze the overlay district again. Again, I explained that my interpretation was based off of menu boards fall underneath monument sign category. This is how monument signs are regulated in the Main Street Overlay District. I agree with the applicant that it is unclear because it's not considering menu signs because drive-through facilities are prohibited in the overlay district.
Well, and most drive-through restaurants, like the frontage allows one monument sign, but we don't interpret that to not allow menu boards, right? So,
well, it's more layered because of the overlay district, where a standard zoning district would allow the monument sign for the property and the menu boards, where in the overlay district, they're not allowed those same sign regulations. Or
oh, I thought
permissions.
the menu boards weren't addressed in the overlay.
Correct, because drive-through facilities are not permitted. So, yeah, I mean, happy to look at that again with more formal sign plans.
Okay, so it sounds like all the variances are needed.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Okay.
I mean, we still had conversations about materiality. There is play there. They already noted another material could be used. It just, none of these have been explored.
Right.
To try and get closer to the overlay, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that was D, so maybe we could eliminate D.
Well, I wouldn't be eliminating it. Oh, it would be, if you're saying if you were to grant it, you'd be not granting them D, where they would have to then comply.
Well, because they've said they can comply with it.
Isn't that right, Adam? You said on at variance D where it talks about the architectural materials.
My understanding is that fiber cement panels are a primary material, which would be permitted. And we can provide fiber cement panels in lieu of Apollo panels. Again, the Apollo panels was previously supported by staff and supported by Plan Commission, which is why it exists. We were unclear as to how the calculation was to be carried out. And I don't have the code section in front of me on how the calculation is, but I thought it said like first floor area or something. Which is why the interpretation of, we were thinking 11% versus 25% or 20%. So we can just offer to amend the application to substitute fiber cement panels in lieu of Apollo panels. And then that way that variance request is not necessary.
When you say Apollo, you just mean metal panel?
Yeah, Apollo is a metal panel.
Is it like brand? Okay. I've not heard of that one before, so.
And I'll clarify, and I am not an architect, so I don't, at first glance, at first hearing, recognize all the different materials, but I can read the ordinance and interpret that. So the Main Street Overlay District, precast concrete can be a permitted primary or secondary material. Cast in place concrete, textured or pattern, is a secondary material. And then cast in place concrete, smooth, no texture is not a primary material, but it can be a secondary one for the side and rear yard. So there's like different allowances for what can be on the front or street facade or the side or the rear. So, I'm not exactly sure if those conditions apply, but just wanted to
But
clarify.
looking at ordinance, the overlay, 171037, there's a table on 27, section 5, architectural materials, allowed architectural materials, and it has fiber cement panels, primary PM.
Okay.
Side fronting, front yard and side yard is PM, side yard and rear yard is PM. Correct.
Yeah, just making sure, like, we were saying concrete, fiber, I just wanted to
Yeah,
clarify.
and the
That's
Apollo he's
fine.
talking about is just a metal panel. It doesn't have to do with concrete.
Okay, great.
Do we need D as in dog as a variance?
Sound like it.
Doesn't sound like it, does it? One, Randy.
Went off.
Oh, yeah, I'll take a stab at it.
Okay, thanks.
Be patient, 'cause I'm trying to figure this
Yeah.
out. Docket number 1, case number 10, I move that we approve variances A, B, C, dismiss D, approve E, F, G, H. I needs to be amended because the request is not for a 38-foot sign, but applicant would need to submit amended application and plans showing the actual signage size. And then, I think it's approve J because there is no information about how to assess a menu board in the overlay. So you have to have it. Well, that is NK.
Okay, yeah.
J and K.
Yeah.
And you're moving for a special use permit to be granted? in
And
addition
move for a
to
special use,
variances?
yes, in addition to those variances, a move for the permission of approval of a special use permit.
Complicated motion, but I think we've got the
Yeah.
gist of that. Do I have a second to that?
I will second that.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Opposed.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, good luck with your project.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, it's time for lunch. We'll be back at 1:15. Thanks for those McDonald burgers in the back too.
Yeah.
Just kidding, just kidding. Just kidding.
Mine's cold though.
I'll make sure.
Get one.
It's corrosive.
I'll be doing it. going forward. I was enjoying a few months to get into the flow of CPC before jumping.
You're
So-
gonna like do this role?
Oh,
We
yeah.
are unmuted and ready to go.
Yeah.
Whenever we start the recording, we're going.
Say it again, Alec.
We're unmuted and ready to go. So whenever we start, whenever we.
Welcome to the afternoon session of the Board of Zoning Adjustment for November 13th. I know we took a lot of time with a couple cases here. Hopefully some of these others will go more quickly. Sarah, you want to call the second case?
Docket item number 2 is case CD SUP 2024-26, a request to approve a special use permit for 2 second-story apartments in an M2-1 zoning district on about 0.923 acres, generally located at 1203 Woods Weather Road. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner presenting this case. Is your applicant online?
He should be. I sent him the link earlier today. And let him know that it would be the next case after the last one, but I don't see him.
You want to move up to the next one maybe, or?
I also have
You
the
want-
next one, so.
Number 4? So we'll pause number 26 for a few minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Case number 4 is CD BZA 2024-130. A request to approve a variance to the maximum size of a monument sign plus any additional variances in an R 1.5 zoning district on about 45.789 acres, generally located at 2700 Main Street. Alec will be presenting this case also. And we have the applicant here at the table.
Good afternoon. Could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
State your name for the court reporter.
Robert Whitman,
Great.
Chris Weich.
Okay, great. Robert and Chris, who's speaking on behalf of your case today?
Well, I'll lead in and Chris will share a few additional comments.
Great. There's a list of administrative exhibits. I've got to find it here just for a second. Andy, how many members are there? Are you on that?
9.
Right. There are a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to do so?
Yes, you do.
Great. And Sarah, do you see anyone in the live audience that's interested in this case?
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand online.
Okay, great. Thank you. Your part of those administrative exhibits is a presentation by Alex to your left. Tell us about the case, sir.
Okay. Let me share my screen for you really quickly so that you can see. Okay, so today we have CDBZA 2024-130. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum size of a monument sign for the Liberty Memorial located at the parcel which has the address of 2700 Main Street. The location on your staff report, I believe, should say 2600 Liberty Memorial Mall. It's a rather large parcel and it's not split by its ownership. It's currently actually owned by the city of Kansas City. So moving on though. The site is the World War I monument in downtown, just south of Union Station. The exact site of it is right here on Main Street and Memorial Drive. That is the proposed location of the sign. The parcel itself is rather large and it expands all the way south past the entrance to the actual monument parking. And it's owned by the city of Kansas City, so there is a ownership consent form that is on Compass KC, which provides that our applicants here can speak on behalf of this property. This is just the initial view of the sign itself that they're proposing. And then here's their proposed location, existing trees to remain. Monument sign will be 15 feet from the back of the wall at the center, centered in the front of the existing trees, and lights will be located in the front as well to illuminate the sign. Just some more views of the structural integrity of the sign itself. And then here's the wall foundation plan. And then one more thing that they uploaded with their plans is just the lighting and the way that they're going to hook those up. So our variance is a variance of 256 square feet to the maximum square footage of a monument sign to permit a 288 square foot monument sign of the subject. What is permitted by code is 32 square feet for monument signs. This is a rather large sign. It's an 800% increase from the required 32 square feet. Substantial character to the neighborhood would be anticipated, considering that most of the surrounding area is park land, and there's the driveway on Memorial Drive up to where the World War I monument is. People find that all the time. What the argument will be for this to get this variance is basically one that it's proposed to be a wayfinding sign. So that people can go to find their cars or park their cars at the World War I monument. So it would take away from the surrounding park's natural environment and would change the character of the park. There isn't really a physical hardship with the property, just considering that people have been able to find the parking space for the World War I monument for almost its whole existence. So there's not really a physical hardship with the property itself. And the design could be changed, or the signs could be moved to obviate the variance. They could be made smaller and closer to the actual parking area of the monument sign. I could see some creative solutions that could obviate this variance. But that is what I have for you. Please let me know if you have any questions, and I'm sure the applicant team will gladly speak as well.
Board members, do you have any questions of staff?
What is this facing? What street?
It faces Main Street,
Main Street.
and it's on Memorial. Here, I can go back to that side. So you have Main Street that goes right, directly east of Union Station and continues down, but then there's the exit off of Memorial Drive. That's where the sign is proposed to be.
Corner.
At that corner, correct. Yep.
And the streetcar stop will be just right there at 27th, correct? Or right around that area?
Correct, I believe
Just
so.
to the north.
Yeah. And there's currently I know there's a streetcar stop directly east of Union Station right now as well. So the sign is proposed to be in that location. Personally, when I've driven Memorial Drive to get to the World War I monument, it's not been too difficult to find where parking is, considering it's a rather large monument. And there's plenty of parking along this area. So a sign could have other creative solutions to help people find that parking area, but that's why this is before you today. This was their application, so.
Are there any other signs that identify the museum or the memorial?
Not on the south side.
Not on the south side, but there are wayfinding signs as you get closer to Memorial Mall, Liberty Memorial Mall, the road here that goes right up to the monument. There are wayfinding signs that point to the museum. There's a couple.
And do we have overall square footage information for the signs that are on the north side? Would they say Liberty Memorial, like how this would relate to those signs?
No. Those signs though they were built with the monument when it was built. This would be an addition. And there's not really a UR plan. There isn't really, there's not much as it comes to history. So since it's a new sign application, we have to go based on the residential zoning districts, which is an R1.5. So since it's a residential zoning district, it is relinquished to the 32 square feet for a monument sign.
I mean, that whole property is a park, right?
Did they approve it? The Parks Department, they don't need to.
They did. Yes, sir. Chris Cotton signed off on the document, and Kamiko Gilmore and Lana from the city manager's office were both involved.
Gentlemen, why should we approve your request?
Well, thank you for hearing us this afternoon. Thank you, Alec, for a good presentation. In a nutshell, it's about this uniqueness of the site and the museum itself. I think for a lot of folks that are real familiar with urban Kansas City, they they know where the Liberty Memorial is, that icon. That's really strongly disassociated. It's disassociated with the museum and its functions in many respects. And so a lot of times the visitors that are coming to the museum, they don't even know what the Liberty Memorial is, or that they should be looking for something like that. And so I would ask that you maybe forget about the tower being an icon for the museum in this regard, because it really, for most users, they're two separate things. And so when it comes to the site itself, I'll describe the efforts here for the museum. Over the last 15 years, there's been a lot of renovations of the historic elements of the site that's been going on. Many millions of dollars spent, and especially in the last couple of years, to not only bring the historic important elements to the memorial, preserve those for future generations, but also the museum itself, trying to renovate the museum, updating the exhibits so that it's a first-class facility that we know it is. And what's been amazing is, I mean, really, this is a international destination for Kansas City. So I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but what that means is a lot of the people that are coming to this site have no idea where they're going. And a lot of those people are now going to be using the streetcar to arrive to the museum itself. Now, the streetcar stop that's down by Union Station is a little bit more separated from the actual way you would get to the museum here. It's quite the climb up the hill. So the stop that folks will be using quite a bit is going to be right here at this location of Memorial Drive and Main Street. So we suspect a large amount of visitors that are not familiar with the city are going to be using that stop, trying to find their way there. But not only that, a lot of people in vehicles are also going to be trying to locate this facility. Now, Memorial Drive is way off the beaten path. Not very many people just stumble upon using that route. So Main Street, it is important. Main Street is the visual connection for people. And Main Street is a very complicated, visually complicated site, especially as you look at the memorial and the museum. It is very unique. We have a lot of grading, contours, bluffs, woods. In fact, at this site, if you're going to be down at the new streetcar stop, you can't even see the memorial from that stop because of the bluff and the hill. So providing something more monumental that is beneficial to visually accessing the museum is real important. And it's not just about having a sign. Part of our challenge is this is in a residential district, even though there's no single family residential anywhere nearby. It's just because it's a park, so it's zoned residential. That's partly why our size requirement is so low. But the need for a sign of this size is because that site is so visually complicated. And beyond that, the museum itself is buried in the middle of the site, and it's also buried in the ground. So no one is ever going to see the building itself to understand where to go. So people traveling up and down Main Street, this sign needs to be larger in order to, I guess, get past all that visual busyness that's on the site just from the natural contouring that's there. Related to the design itself, It is, there's a lot of stonework on the site. There are stone walls along Main Street that wrap around on Memorial Drive that are historic, dating back to the 20s. There's also a lot of stone columns on the site. Some are part of renovations, but they all have that same similar character. And we've replicated that exact same character stone style. We're using real stone, full depth on this. And then the panel itself is, if you can visualize the entrance to the museum, the doors itself live in this bronze cavity, I'll say, that you walk down into that space, and it's metal bronze area there. We are replicating that same aesthetic using metal in that same bronze color in order to exhibit a same aesthetic, but also the sense that maybe that sign has always been there. There's nothing electronic about the sign. There's no backlights. We're just lighting it a little bit from the ground to make sure it's seen at night. But the goal is it looks like it maybe was built when the memorial was built and the museum was opened. The lettering, the font is the same size that we're using above the museum doors that, again, you could never see from the street. And again, the font is actually the same font used on the memorial itself on the tower, at the base of the tower. So trying to, again, exhibit every design language cue that the original historic architecture also provided us. And the reality is there are so many people that cannot find this museum that we really got to capture their attention with the size of the sign, the aesthetic of the sign that speaks to where they need to head toward. I think Chris had a few other thoughts too as well.
Thank you so much for allowing us to come and talk with you and visit with you about this. So the original tower and museum memorial was all built in 1926. It was allowed to go into disarray and was condemned in 1994. There was a 4-year discussion about rebuilding it. The tax was approved, and then they went ahead and designed it. I tell you all that because the first thing I want to say is, yes, well, the tower is there and seems like it's very evident. The fact is that because of certain opposition in the design of the new memorial, the doors are actually below ground, which means that you have to be all the way up Memorial Drive and the U-shaped drive to actually see that the museum is there, because that's the way it was designed, in part because of what was said. We've, as Robert said, we've taken great pains to have this measure up to the design. We've spent a lot of time, we're matching the stone, we're matching everything so that it looks like the entrance to the museum. Couple of things. It is in parkland. There's no question it is on the edge of parkland. It does not face parkland. It faces away from parkland. And in fact, the idea to do this did not come from us originally. It came from the Parks Department in 2016 because they wanted to build what was going to be a much larger sign at the time. And at that point, we weren't ready, frankly, financially to do that. And so we tabled the idea and brought it back as we've been doing. You may not be aware, but in the last 2 years, we will have touched every bit of the memorial to repair and get it ready for our 100th anniversary in 2026. It's also across the street from the Federal Reserve, where we're talking about putting the sign. And if you go to that corner, you'll see the Federal Reserve has a sign, a very large sign that faces, coming from a different direction, but faces the same way. We have a 911 system in Kansas City, and different people have had different things to say about it. And I'm not going to say anything bad about it, but I'm going to tell you a little secret. Less than 30% of the 911 operators in Kansas City know what the Liberty Memorial or the National World War I Museum and Memorial is. And so it's very interesting. We live in a place where Kansas City cares about and loves and reveres the museum and the memorial. There's no question. But 80% of the visitors to the museum right now are from outside the area. I don't live in Kansas City. I live in the suburbs. Many people who find out where I work have to say, where is that? Because they don't know. So that's part of what we're trying to address. And by the way, we have to have ambulances come to the museum because we had a trip and fall yesterday. It happens. Less than 50% of them actually make it to the museum first. They all go to the Federal Reserve. And so that's part of this as well from a safety point of view. So we are simply looking at this as an improvement and something that leaves no doubt, obviously, what's there. It is marked coming from the north. It is marked. It is not marked in any way coming from the south. And it's also going to become even more vital because Wyandotte is being shut down for 3 years for the construction of the apartment complex or condo that's replacing the hospital. And so this is going to become an even more important part of the wayfinding to us. And it also reflects one more thing, which is for many years, this was known as the Liberty Memorial, and we still refer to the tower as the Liberty Memorial Tower, but it is officially the National World War I Museum and Memorial, and that's what we're trying to come across with.
Sounds good. Board members, do you have any other questions of them? Seems very straightforward.
Just have one
Oh, go
question.
ahead, sorry.
So it is quite tall, and so it's a lot bigger than the signs on the north side, which I do understand the case for it. I walk this area nearly every day with my dogs. I live in an adjacent neighborhood, so I'm very familiar with the complications. I've had numerous people stop me and ask for directions while I'm walking my dog, so I'm very familiar with that. But the height of it, I mean, it's 8 feet for the kind of panel with the verbiage. Did you look at any other designs, or how did you approach getting to that specific height?
Yeah, we did look at a lot of different renditions of that. Part of it comes down to the font size and making sure that the actual panel was to scale with that font size. And also it's kind of hard to tell in this imagery, but it's not at the top of the hill. It sort of lives mid-hill. So it'll almost look like it's a retaining wall up there.
That's why I was wondering if the height of that was still going to be lower than the pathway that would cut behind it.
Yeah, the top of that wall is lower than the path, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Perhaps a motion from someone?
Make a motion. And docket item number 4, case number 2024-130. I move that we grant the applicant's request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Mr. Gorence.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck.
Thank
with it.
you.
Thank you for
so
coming
much.
before us. Thanks for waiting. Alex, since you're still sitting there, do you want to go back to 2, or do you think he's online? Do you see him?
I do not see him.
Yeah, we'll hold him out for a little while. Sarah, are we on number
Number
5?
A CDBZA 2024-132, a request to approve a variance to required setbacks in the M1-5 district to permit townhouses and accessory garages to be developed on the site, plus any additional variances on about 0.35 acres, generally located at 1805 Washington Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. And Lance Scott is online, and I will promote you now.
Right. If anyone else is interested in this case, either in the live audience or in their Zoom audience, please raise your hand to be recognized.
No one has raised their hand online.
Thank you. Seeing none. Mr. Scott, you're with us?
You're on mute.
I am.
Okay, very good. Raise your right hand, sir. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name one more time for the court reporter.
Lance Scott.
Perfect. Lance, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit for your case today. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Great. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Connor, tell us about the case.
Okay, everybody can see the screen, right?
Yes.
Perfect. We have docket item 5, CD BZA 2024-132, located at 1805 Washington Street in an M15 district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to required setbacks in an M15 zoning district to permit townhouses and accessory garages to be developed on the site. This is the general location of the site. A closer look here, outlined in yellow, is the site itself, currently vacant. It's nestled between I-35 and Broadway. A little background on previous history for the case. This had a previous variance hearing for it back in 2021 under case 117. There was approval of a variance in the amount of 9.83 feet to the street side yard setback to accommodate the development of 8 townhomes. This variance has since lapsed and the design of the project has changed since then, hence why they are back before you today. There was also CD CPC 2024-93, which was approval of a project plan for the development of 9 townhomes with attached garages and 3 additional detached garages. This is the site plan, which may be easier to view in the staff report where you can zoom in on some of that information. These are some elevations that were provided. These are some pictures that were submitted of the site. Variance request A is a variance of 13.15 feet to the front setback to permit a front setback measurement of 5.55 feet on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. This area generally does not see townhome development on an M15 lot. The difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design due to the nature of the project and the size of this lot. Setbacks are required to match the abutting residential criteria. These residential zoned properties are infill, therefore the infill criteria applies, hence why that number is different from the 2021 variance, along with the project just being different in nature since then. Variance B is a variance of 22.89 feet to the rear setback to permit a rear setback measurement of 7.11 feet on the subject site. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The area generally does not see townhome development on M15 lots. Same as the previous slide, the difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design due to the nature of the project and the size of the lot, and needing to meet the residential criteria of those abutting residential zoned lots. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Board members, do you have any questions? Mr. Tomlin?
I have one.
Sure.
When you first showed the property site, on the side with some parking spaces, is that gonna be for this property, or are there gonna be any parking spaces?
Are you talking about from the aerial imagery?
Yeah, see on the right side of the
Yeah, right
aerial,
here.
is that their parking spaces, or is that?
I don't believe it is. I believe it belongs to this property off of Broadway.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Scott, why should we approve your project, sir?
Well, I think that it really meets what the greater downtown area plan. We worked with staff quite a bit, the long-term planner and the planner to make this site work on this small area, something that would work for the developer and owner. And the only property we really kind of affect is the property to the south. And the owner and developer have talked to them many times, and they're a big proponent of the project. So I don't think we really affect anybody else. I think this is what the city has wanted as far as, different type of use and more density in this area. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. There won't be any parking in the back other than the garages themselves. Other park would be on the street.
For the guest? Will that be the parking for the guest?
Yes, for the most part. I mean, there's one parking garage per unit, so, potentially they could have 2 vehicles as well. That's kind of how that area works, is street parking.
Thank you.
On average, how big is each condo in square foot?
It's it's about 750 square foot of floor, so it's 2265, but then less the garage.
Okay.
So they're three-story, they're two-story in the front and three-story in the back with the garage in the back. And then there's a little bedroom in front of the garage.
Any neighbor opposition at all, sir?
No, and there wasn't through the whole project plan process.
Board members, any other questions? Comments?
Looks nice.
Does look nice. Motion?
Me? Okay. I'll do
It could be. Could be. Sure.
And docket number 5.
Yep.
Case number 132, I move that we approve the variance required in accordance with the staff report
Site plan.
and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you. Motion and second.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Mr. Scott, your project is approved. Good luck with it, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
You?
Good.
Moving right along.
Item number 6 is case CD BZA 2024-136, a request to approve a variance to the residential lot and building standards to permit additional apartment units on the subject site, plus any other needed variances on an R 1.5 zoning district on about 0.66 acres, generally located at 3930 Warwick Boulevard. The staff planner is Stephanie Saldari. The applicant is present.
Hello, Mr. Rowe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, John Rowe and Aaron Clemens, who is the owner of the property, Warwick property.
Grant, swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Great. One more time with your names for the court reporter.
My name is John Rowe.
I'm Aaron Clemens. I'm managing member of Warwick Associates.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Who's ever speaking on your case, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. One of those is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie. Ms. Stephanie, please tell us about the case.
Sure. And I'd just like to add, Exhibit 11, on your staff report might say written public testimony unnotarized, but they did submit a notarized copy yesterday, and that's been uploaded on Compass KC.
Perfect. Thank you, Stephanie. So noted. Stephanie, I'm sorry, I have to do one of the housekeeping item. Excuse me. Sarah, do you see anyone in the live or virtual audience who's either support or in opposition of this case?
We do not have any hands raised online.
Great.
and
Thank
no
you
one's
so
at the mic.
much. Thank you. Great. Stephanie, please go ahead.
Perfect. All right, so we got docket item number 6, CD BCA 2024-136 on 3930 Warwick Boulevard, Zone R-1.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the minimum lot area per unit requirements for apartments to permit 2 additional units on the subject site and a variance to the parking requirements. All right, so the subject site is located in the Hyde Park area. And this is an overview. Highlighted in yellow is the existing apartment building off Warwick Boulevard. This is a photo of what the building looks like. And another photo. And then this is the photo of the parking. And then there is some case history. So this building has a CLNU from 1984 to allow a 28 unit apartment building, since the lot area does not allow for this many units. there is a 29th unit that was built without permits by the previous owner. The current owner, he did it right here, would like to convert there's an existing laundry room into a 30th unit, and also make this 29th unit, bring it into compliance. And however, the creation of that 29th unit revokes the existing CLNU, since legal nonconforming uses cannot be expanded. And these are pictures of that existing 29th unit. And then this is the laundry room, correct?
That's right.
Yes. And these are floor plans of these units. All right, so we got variance request A. So it's a variance of 16,500 square feet, 11 units, to the conventional lot and building standards to permit 45,000 square feet, 30 units on the subject site. The requirement, well, this property allows up to 19 units. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, since the building has been existing since 1967. So this variance is triggered by the property owner wanting 2 additional units, and this brings the total number of units to 30. So this would revoke the CLNU. Both units could be converted into communal space, storage, etc., or anything that would obviate the need for a variance. And then variance request B is a variance of 8 parking stalls to the parking and loading standards to permit 22 off-street parking stalls on the subject site. So the requirement is 30, so 1 per unit. And a change to the neighborhood is anticipated. So this area consists of narrow streets, higher density housing, and so having insufficient parking spots for the tenants creating the extra units will increase the traffic on the street. So the applicant could seek an alternative parking compliance plan or redesign their existing parking lot if possible to add extra spots. But by adding the 2 extra units, the owner is creating their own hardship. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Questions of Ms. Stephanie or staff?
Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I noticed a lot of apartment buildings going up, but I noticed they all have 1 parking place per unit. What if a couple moves in there and they both have a car? All of them, all 30 units are like, what happens?
I can answer that. So we're in the city, so there's street parking throughout the neighborhood, and so street parking would be the obvious. And then we do have some residents that don't have cars at all, and so it seems to equal out and not become a problem.
I see that going on. I mean, I see some apartment buildings going north and
Yeah, and we're we're half a block from a bus stop. We're 2 blocks from the 39th Street stop of the new streetcar line as well. So hopefully as transit expands, we'll be able to have less drivers.
when do you have, when's your completion time on the second building, new building?
On the second unit, we've kind of just been waiting to see if this is approved before we even really move forward with planning. So there's no hurry really to get it done, but we'll make those plans accordingly.
And Mr. Gornick, I can add, one of the exhibits was the letter from the Neighborhood Association in support. They have a paragraph in there that I just would read into the record. And this is Southmoreland Neighborhood Association. We have confirmed that parking is not a concern in this area as adequate street parking is available and the property also includes off-street parking in the rear. So that confirms what the
Very nice.
applicant has said.
Thank you.
Okay. Why should we approve your request?
I'm going to let Mr. Clemens take the laboring oar on this, Mr. Chairman. He's the owner and can tell the board personally why he's seeking these 2 additional units.
So, first, I just introduce myself a little bit further. I am a business owner and a former resident, as well as own property in the neighborhood. I have a 20-year history, and I state that just to point out that I'm not an absentee investor or developer in this part of town. I'm heavily invested in the community and hope to continue to be. I think our primary purpose of this is to provide 2 additional affordable units and enhance the safety of the building. And so I think actually there's another section of the neighborhood support letter that really drives home my purpose of this. And so I'll read that for you. The Southmoreland Neighborhood Association believes that this project will provide several benefits to the neighborhood. The conversion of the vacant laundry room will the conversion of the vacant laundry room into a legal apartment will not only deter criminal activity and enhance the safety of the building, but it will also contribute to the affordable housing options and increase urban density, which aligns with the city's long-term planning goals. Couple things to add in response to the report that Stephanie provided. I'd like to add that even though the 29th unit was converted without permits, that was done by a previous owner. And as soon as I found out that unit was not approved by zoning, I did abandon the unit. And it's sat abandoned for the last year leading up to this. So we're currently in compliance with only operating 28 units in the building. The laundry room is vacant because we added in-unit laundry to all the units. So there's really no need for a communal laundry room anymore. I just want to reiterate that the building has been operated as 28 units since it was built in 1967. And so we're, even though the variance report and current zoning today doesn't allow for 28 units, it's always operated that way. With regards to parking, I think I already touched on. I think we already touched on that the public transit in the area is adequate, plenty of street parking, and the property has been operating with only 22 parking spaces for 28 units. So I don't think that the additional 2 units will add that much of a burden to the property. I think in the summary, the hardship for this property is that there's really no additional land to purchase, adjacent land to purchase to meet the zoning requirements. So that's why I'm here today.
Stephanie, a question for you. So since are we voiding the CLNU that he had before? Does that just go away now?
Yeah, so if the board were to approve the variance, then it would void the CLNU because there would be no need for it anymore at that point.
Ready? Mr. Rowe, you got any final comments?
No,
I've never seen you this quiet.
I don't know that I have either. So, but I worked closely with Mr. Clemens, and I just thought in this situation that you should hear personally from the person who bought the building, the way it was and what he did when he found out. He took steps to correct. He's not been sitting here collecting rent on a 29th unit, right, and then coming in here and saying, I need your help to fix this. He addressed the problem straight up, and I thought you needed to hear that from him first. And then Well, what's the second unit? Well, he did a good thing. He put washer dryer units in the 28 units. I don't need this laundry room anymore.
Good deal.
And, you know, he read something from that neighborhood letter. I don't know that he wanted to mention this, but that laundry room, empty laundry room got broken into here not too long ago. That's what I think the neighborhood is saying. You've got an empty space that could be a problem. Let's put a unit in there, and then you've got, you know, eyes on the site, so to speak. That's
Right.
better for him, but it's better for the neighborhood.
Right.
So anyway, that's all I would add, Mr. Chairman.
All right, good. Board members, comments, questions, and or motion?
I'll make a motion. In docket item number 6, case number 2024 136, I move that we grant the applicant's request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
McStorf.
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved.
Thank you.
And Mr. Rowe, I saw some notes from Mr. Schmelzer, who
Yeah,
was
you
the
remember-
attorney.
yeah,
Yeah, I
I-
remember him. I
Yeah.
know he's passed away now, but, yeah, he
I
was a
did.
good
I
guy.
saw that in there when I was looking at that old file like
Yeah,
that. I do
just
remember
brought
that.
back good memories.
Yes,
All
same for
right,
here.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Docket item number 7 is case CD BZA 2024-147, a request to approve a variance to the features allowed to encroach onto the side setback, plus any other needed variances in an R-6 zoning district on about 0.074 acres, generally located at 2327 Jarbo Street. The staff planner is Stephanie Saldari, and your applicant is here.
Yes.
We're gonna have you swear in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank
I
you.
do.
State your name for the court reporter.
My name is Dante Passantino.
All right, Mr. Passantino, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes, sir.
Great. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your left. And Stephanie, tell us about the case.
And then just like the previous case, there now should be a 10th exhibit, which has been uploaded to Compass KC for 2 notarized public testimony letters that were sent in yesterday.
Great. Are those support letters or?
They're both support and
Okay, great.
support.
Thank you. Those are admitted as Exhibit 10. And so, and by the way, before you start, Sarah, anyone in the live or virtual audience that's for this case?
No one has raised their hand online and no one has approached the microphone.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Stephanie. Thank you.
All right. Docket item number 7, CDBCA 2024-147, located on 2327 Jarbo Street, zoned R-6. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill side setback standards to permit a structure to encroach on the side setback, plus any other needed variances. The property owners are seeking a variance to seek relief from existing property violations. All right, so the subject site is located over in the west side. And highlight in yellow at the bottom is the subject site over on Jarbo and Cesar Chavez. This is the house as it exists today. On the left side here is the front balcony and then the back deck, and these are the structures in questions for the side setback encroachment. And this is a survey done. So we're looking at the side setback encroachment on the north side of the lot. Sits at 2.3 feet. And so the variance request today is a variance of 0.2 feet to the features allowed to encroach into the setbacks to permit a balcony and a deck with a side setback of 2.3 feet on the subject site. So the requirement is 2.5 feet. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Many of the lots in this neighborhood are narrow, and it's not unusual for buildings and structures to be so close to the property line. Although the existing house is built past the permitted side setback, and it's also an infill house, the balcony could have been built to meet code. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Questions of Miss Stephanie, anyone?
I've got a question.
Yes.
So this is a new house?
No.
No. Okay, you're saying
Renovated.
Sorry.
Sorry.
it's just renovated.
Yeah,
The way you had phrased that, but that it could have been built to meet code, but
Oh.
currently the new design or the deck just extends the existing footprint of the house. It's not going beyond the house to encroach any further than the existing house already does.
Mhm.
Okay.
So this was, Stephanie, someone called it in. How was it detected that he was out of compliance?
It seems like someone reported it and then an investigator went out.
Okay.
Yeah.
We actually applied for permitting, so this has been a long, drawn-out process. So my wife, Beth, and my best friend, Steve Coppinger, since kindergarten, bought this house 2 years ago. You know, Steve, bought this house 2.5 years ago to renovate it and bring it back to its original state. We'd been looking for a house on the west side for a long time. We acquired the house, acquired a construction loan later that summer, hired a contractor that fall to perform work. That contractor did not live up to their obligation. In their contract, there was language stating that they would follow the code of Kansas City, Missouri and apply for permits when required. That did not happen. So we found out that all this was going on about a year later, brought in other contractors. When we applied for permitting, we got our electrical permit. When they came out to do a gas pressure test and mechanical permit, they flagged the decks. And so that was, I believe, March or April of this year. We've been in discussions with Stephanie and her team since then, trying to do everything the right way and get things back on the right foot. So really our intent with the deck and the balcony on the front was just to restore the house to its original state. There's doors on the front and the back on the second level. There's some pictures that show some before pictures too, where the balcony was on the front. There was a deck on the back. So just thinking that we're replacing what was originally there, and then finding out when we applied for the permit for the deck that we were encroaching on the setback, and then finding out that we're talking about 0.2 feet or like 2.5 inches. I'm currently working on a CRM with a code consultant. In the codes department, we're working with permitting. We've got permits for mechanical, for gas pressure test, and we're waiting on, hopefully we get this approval on the variance so that we can then apply for the building permit, which is in progress right now. And our goal is just to get this project finished so it could be deemed safe and we could put a tenant in it and
Perfect.
Use it for its original purpose.
Thank you, Dante. Board members, any further questions?
I would just thank you for submitting photos. They're very, very helpful when
Yeah.
we're making determinations. So thank you for that. I'd offer a motion.
Oh, perfect. Ms.
In
Mixdorf?
case number 147, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence. Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir.
Thank
Thanks
you
for coming.
very much. Thank you.
Is your father Charlie?
No, he's my cousin.
Cousin? Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we do have the applicant for docket item number 2 online. If you
Sure,
want to go
let's go ahead
back
and do
to
it.
that one.
That'd be great. Let's finish that up.
So
You bet.
I'll recall this case, CD SUP 2024-26, a request to approve a special use permit for 2 second-story apartments in an M2-1 zoning district on about 0.923 acres, generally located at 1203 Woods Weather Road. The staff planner is Alec Gustafson. Okay. There he is.
Sorry about that, everyone.
No worries.
I
It's
know
all
we're having
good.
a nice short day today.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he disappeared. He was just there.
We left.
Yes.
Come back.
Okay.
Promote again?
I might have, he tried to call me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that I got as excited about
fine.
going back to number 2.
He sent me an email, and also tried to call me a minute ago. Obviously I'm not at my desk to answer calls, but I can send him an email and try to get him back on, but we could also just wait till the end of
Yeah, let's
the
go
day.
Wait till the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So close.
So close. Okay.
I will say though, if he does not show up again though, I would recommend a continuance with fee.
With fee? Okay,
Yeah.
good. But we'll give, after our break, maybe he can be there.
Okay.
So,
Okay, item number 8, CDBZA 2024-105, a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than 4 feet in height on a corner lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.27 acres generally located at 5204 North Virginia Avenue. The staff planner is Connor Tomlin. The applicant is here at the table. If anyone's going to raise their hand online. I don't see any hands raised online.
great. Good morning, gentlemen. Could you raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Great. Could you state your names for the court reporter?
Alan Avey.
Alan?
Yeah, Chris Avey.
Thank you, Chris. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that I need to admit for your case today. Do I have your permission to do that? Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin. So.
All right, we have docket 18, CD BZA 2024-105, located at 5204 North Virginia Avenue. You may remember this case from a couple of months prior. This is located in an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to permit a fence height greater than 4 feet in the street side yard of a corner lot, plus any additional variances. The general location of the site. Closer look at the site itself. A lot of these images are going to be ones we saw previously, but I'm going to show them again as a refresher. This was the site plan that was provided. That black line indicates the location of the fence. This is a street view of what was there prior, as well as that black line again indicating where the extent of the fence is. This is an image of the fence itself as it exists, with the tallest point appearing to be, it is either 9'4" or 9'7". I believe it was 9'7". This is a color image of the fence that was constructed. This is a new image that was submitted of the landscaping that exists on the site.
I can speak to those if you want me to, Connor.
Not yet.
Okay,
Give us
sorry.
that. No, you're good. Just give us a second.
This is an image of, I believe, the fence.
It's an example.
It's
That's fine.
example. Okay.
Sorry.
So the variance request is a special exception of 5 feet 7 inches to the maximum height of fence on a corner lot to permit a fence height of 9 feet 7 inches on the subject site. Again, that's 5 feet 7 inches, which is a 140% increase from the code requirement. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as properties in this neighborhood are generally compliant with fence code requirements. Fences have a limited height on corner lots due to safety concerns to pedestrians and vehicles. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. The applicant was requested to revise plans. I haven't received revised plans of like proposing a shorter fence. However, those additional images were provided, and I'll allow the applicants to speak to those.
Again, I apologize.
Wait, hold on just for a second. Any questions of Connor, board members? And before you speak, Mr. Avey, there's a quorum on your case being Moran, Gorens, Hayes, Mixorf, Wright, and myself, Ebbets, all those people are here. So the quorum has been established. And let's see here. Any questions? I asked this of Mr. Tomlin? No? Okay. Why should we approve your request, sir?
Well, I want to apologize both to Connor as well as you, because we've reached out. You asked us to come back with some ideas. I reached out to 3 different landscape architect companies. Throughout my ideas, my thought processes, I finally got plans at 10:45 last night. I went to bed not feeling very well. So with that being said, we went back, looked at the fact that the fence is over height, but we looked at codes was opposed to, and one of the landscape companies that I talked to had built a wall and then put a 6-foot fence on top of it. So he gave us that suggestion. Unfortunately, that gentleman, which was the first one I met with, did not want to give us any pricing or plans until it was approved by the city or not approved by the city. So I kept going. We found a company that actually came out, looked at it. We talked about those plans. Our goal was to build a wall, which I think there is a plan there where it shows kind of one of the drawings. One right about that. Connor, I'm sorry. Evidently, that did not come through. What we've done though is we've got a picture here, unfortunately, but he's going to build a wall underneath the fence that will give us no more, I shouldn't say no more, will be less than 6-foot fence height, because we're dealing with coming down that slope. So we had to kind of get the grade of the ground to match the way the top of our fence looked. So he had proposed putting in a wall, which would be 2.5 to 3 foot, potentially taking a board off of the top to reduce height. So where we can actually lower it will be under 6 foot, which is kind of what we talked about before, realizing that the code was, 4 foot in a side yard. But then we've got the landscaping plans, because as we heard in the last time we were here, of putting some plants to soften the height of the wall and bring aesthetics to it. So that's what we actually went to, and he thought that it would work, and he's done it in his past jobs as well. So this is probably going to be about a $15,000 investment for us, but we really want to.
Still haven't even paid off the fence.
We really want to keep, for security and privacy. We really want to keep that height there, but take it to where it would be within a code's perspective, as well as giving it some additional beauty. And we're putting in some arborvitaes and mixed array of plants to actually soften that along there. So.
I have a question for Connor then. So if they were to pursue this kind of retaining wall approach, how does that relate to our fence code? Would that still be allowed?
That's a great question.
I don't want them to spend money on something if it's still not going to meet the intent and get
Sure.
them something that's approved.
Sure. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure at this moment if, when it comes to the retaining wall, if it has to be physically holding up dirt rather than just being placed there with a fence on top.
That's what
I
I
don't
was
know where
curious
that
Yeah.
distinction is made on where we begin measuring and how that is measured.
I feel like that's maybe what we've seen before. It's a retaining wall can,
Mhm.
can suffice, but it is always holding something back. It's not just following the grade down and not holding something behind it.
Sarah, I may turn to you if you have input.
Looking for our,
Did you have a comment, sir? I saw you raise your hand there as well.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, I read through the Kansas City, Missouri codes things where it was talking about these fences. Had we have known before, because we knew that there's no permit required to do a fence. This one rule that you have, it singles out our specific type of property. And had we have known about that, we would have done something different. We probably would have done this, because there's nothing online that states that you can't
because it says that you can't put in more than, I think it's 3 foot retaining wall in without a permit. And this would be within that too. So I don't see a reason why we shouldn't be able to put a wall in and put a fence on top of it.
I just want to make sure city staff sometimes where they measure is from grade and not from the top of the wall. So I don't want you to then proceed and still not meet the requirements and have any additional issues. So we want to get this squared away.
I agree.
I'm not sure if this is similar to something that we've seen in the past where a fence was proposed on top of a wall. So I'm not really sure how to tackle it. If it was something in the past, it's not one that I can recall.
So the code says the requirements of this section, and this section refers to, Article 2, location, and then Section 2710, fences and walls. The requirements of this section do not apply to walls of buildings, portions of retaining walls below grade on one or both sides, or to any fence or wall constructed prior to March 20, 2000. So if you're constructing a retaining wall, that would not be measured as part of the height restriction for a fence.
But is our definition of a retaining wall that it has to retain grade?
Yes, so portions of retaining walls below grade on one or both sides.
So then how I'm interpreting that is that this would still not meet the requirements because it's not actually retaining anything. This would just be a base for your fence.
To my understanding, that's how that reads. Now, for it to be considered a retaining wall, it'd have to be holding up earth to some degree.
Correct.
Okay.
So if, to get to a solution on this, if we put in retaining walls on either side of the fence and fill that just as a 2 foot flower bed per se, would that qualify as a retaining wall?
Not retaining earth in a
If you,
structural capacity.
I'm just, I'm trying to,
It's just my
I'm trying to reach
interpretation. I
out
think
here
city
because.
staff, yeah.
The applicant could still request the variance from you, and then but if we were looking for an opportunity to not require the variance, unless it was retaining earth, a variance would still be
Still needs to be
required.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense for the applicant to go to that expense if it's not gonna help him.
Not unless he wants to beautify it.
Well, but you're also proposing to reduce the height of the fence.
Well, if necessary, a board or
Necessary.
two to get it down a little bit shorter, not taking it down, 2 foot,
Sure.
but we're reducing it a board or two, which the boards are 2x8, so 2 boards at different spots, and then maybe cutting it on some of the joints where we can reduce it, because we're on 4x6 uprights that are actually cemented in, and then in between them, we've got 2x4s running up to support the wall from bowing or buckling. At those points, they're in the center, we could potentially take it down. Instead of a full 8 foot or 16 foot span, we could knock it down 1 or 2 boards if that would help with reducing the height of the wall. I don't know whether we can get it down to the 6 foot and still retain privacy. That's the reason we were going to say, can we put this?
And security, because if that fence lowers any on the upper portion of the hill, someone can just hop over it. Someone can just hop over it and break an ankle and then sue us.
But, okay, so I'm looking at the photo again, and I remember you talking last time about a way that it was constructed as to why you couldn't remove the boards, but we're thinking we can remove some of them.
Yeah, I mean, we can, if you're looking at them, you see that they're running.
They're all horizontal.
Right. So, I mean, maybe if there's one area where I need to take a board down or drop to a certain point and I can't take them all down to get it at 6 foot exactly, but I could get it very, very close. But would still ultimately like to be able to put the wall underneath to retain some of the height, if not majority of it.
You can't, it's because of the grade and everything. What really needs to happen is the bottom of the fence needs to go up versus the top of the fence come down.
One of the first plans that the landscape architect came through with was actually terracing off the side yard into 2 different zones. The problem is that took care of it down to where we get to the oak tree. And we couldn't terrace off to get the height restrictions there because you can't bury the base of an oak, or you're not supposed to, or it'll die.
So how wide are the boards?
They're 2x8s.
So if you took one board off each section, you'd
You drop 8 inches or so at
Only
least.
gets us to 9 foot. So I guess that's where I'm struggling. I don't see why you couldn't, okay, so you're at 6 foot at the neighbor's house currently.
Uh-huh.
That's at your kind of
Yeah.
bottom line. Right?
Top of the hill there, yeah.
So I understand you want to keep that privacy there and maybe notching down. I think my biggest concern is towards your garage where we have the 9'7" height currently. And that's where I'd want to see things taking 3-4 boards off to get us in a more reasonable range because 9'7" is just
Right.
so tall.
I mean, we can take it, because we're, we're like 2 or 3 boards on some of those areas. Like I said, I can cut it down quicker too. Unfortunately, in 9'4", and then we're 8'10" there at the very corner. And then the one thing that I'd like to ask for at least, or some help on, is considering where that gate is. That gate is, the wall is right at 8 foot. The problem that I've got is the gate's 6 foot. I can take off a couple of the boards, but I can't take down too much because of my structural stability, because the top boards are tying all that together, and then I lose the structure of that wall.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just bringing this up as we want to do what we can to make it work and try to maintain what we've put the effort and money into doing.
I just feel like since you were smart and constructed it horizontally, I know you have to do some cutting to get there, but I feel like there's a way that we can get you a lot closer, keep some of the height that you're looking for without a big kind of cost piece to it as well. But if they were all vertical, that may be a little more difficult potentially. But I just feel like if there's a way we can follow the grade a little bit closer and be closer to that 6 foot all the way down and around is what I would want to see. I know you want that privacy and security, but I also don't want to start approving 9'7" fences everywhere in Kansas City and then everybody doing that. So I'm just concerned about setting a precedent of allowing something this tall. I know you have unique conditions with your slope. It's not that you got the 6 foot on one side, but we're still just getting larger everywhere else.
If I know I mentioned before grade of the ground, and I didn't bring those pictures because we had went to this wall situation, because the ground does kind of go in, because we dug out, of course, to get the fence down as low as we could to keep any more soil from eroding either direction. So if we were to bring in some additional ground and do a few plantings along there to actually take some of the height off and then remove a couple of boards, would that be something that would, because if we take off 2 boards and we bring in a foot and a half of dirt, then we're going to actually be very close to our 6 foot mark.
At the wall?
I'm sorry.
It would be without the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because existing, the fence is here. The grade of the ground kind of goes in like this. Like I said, we dug so we could get the boards in as tight as we could to keep the dog from digging out. We had planned on eventually running dry riverbed throughout that area. Then the citation came along, so we kind of put everything on hold, as well as, staining the fence and doing anything else. So if we brought in dirt and brought the level of the ground up and then remove a few boards to get height down, where we could get it closer to that, 6 foot.
And does the city have a requirement for the grade? Does it need to be at that grade, like 2 feet from something? Or if they just brought dirt and were basically ramming it up against the wall, would that effectively change the height of the fence? Or does the grade have to change further out for that to be above grade?
I believe, if you just started, pushing dirt up against the boards, I don't think that's necessarily at grade. It's where it's placed with the natural slope of the land. You'd have to, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you'd have to change effectively the entire grade of that yard to truly change what that grade is.
We asked about that. That's over $25,000.
Right, so I'm just trying to
Sure.
think through it. I mean, in my mind, your solution is you need knocking off 4 or 5 boards and get as close to 6 feet and follow the grade down, and then you're basically solved it without having to deal with adding dirt. I know maybe, and building a wall. I think you have a way to get there. It may not meet all of your goals of having, the height, but if you still have 6 foot at one end and you're following 6 foot down and kind of notching where you can to meet grade, I think you have a way there.
Excuse me. I'm here to talk about 6 foot, but this fence is in the front yard, and so the code would put it at 4 foot.
Correct. So
And
in the last meeting, we talked about if there's options, if we were to consider 6 foot, they'd still require a variance to get to 6 feet
right.
if they were to pursue that. But yes, since it is that location, it would be 4 foot, which then that's up to the board to decide if we want to grant that or not, but.
Side yard.
Sorry to cut you off there, Jazz. Continue your thought, though.
No, I wanted to make sure that I got that right and that everyone was on the same page on that.
Yeah. Yep.
Mr. Avey, I'm kind of struggling with, along with you, we want to see you have a fence, but 9.7 in the front is way too big. And so just lopping off one board still leaves you at 9 foot. And that's still pretty tall.
No, and again, I'm willing to get much closer to that 6 foot. I
Yeah.
mean, I'll figure out how to get there. I mean, there might be, if you measure from where it's cut here to where it's cut here, you might have 6 inches just because of the grade of the ground.
Right.
And I'll get us as close to on the lowest point to that 6 foot mark. If we can do this, I mean, we'll figure it out. I mean, it sounds like gonna be our only option. I thought that maybe through our research, that putting this wall in below was going to take care of it. But that's.
We've granted variances on that wall thing before, where there's a wall, but it's actually supporting earth on one side. So then there was a pool project, so he wanted 8 foot fence. So the wall was there, so he got his 8 foot fence, but it was still it was supporting grade. That's how he got it. So
So it sounds like we could grant a variance to allow a 6 foot fence in the front yard and let them figure out how to comply.
I was thinking
I'm
6
sorry,
and a
side
half,
yard.
actually, but
Or 6.5, so you'd have a little
Yeah.
bit of
Yeah,
leeway.
you'd have a
with
little
the
bit
If you
of
give
leeway.
us a little bit of leeway on that, then that'll help us get it a lot closer. And again, we appreciate this. I just didn't realize that we were gonna end up with such a problem trying to create privacy.
we like to get this off our books, so, 6 and a half, I don't think we can go any bigger than that, but that would be something of your consideration, so. But with that. I say anything, Ms. Mixer? One at 6, don't you? All right, kids, give me a motion. 6, 6 and a half,
Well,
5 and a half.
So Connor, if we grant that, the 6.5 foot, could we require that they bring you back the plans afterwards to show you that they've
Photos, you can send him photos after it's done,
photos or
measurements on it.
something to show you that they've complied? I don't know how to.
Yeah, so you guys could approve it at 6.5, whatever you guys decide to do, and tag on a condition that states you would be adding, or the applicant would supply revised plans showing the approved height, or something to that effect.
Okay, within 30 days, 60 days?
That's up to the board to
Yeah.
decide.
Okay. In docket item number 8, case number 2024-105, I move that we grant the special exception requested to allow a fence no taller than 6.5 feet from grade to be built by removing some of the boards on the slope of this site, and that the applicant return back in with revised plans for approval by staff to show that you've complied with that requirement.
Excuse me.
Within 60 days,
Okay.
60 days of completing the work or
Yeah.
60 days
no,
from
of our approval today. I mean, you'll probably get the work done.
Should be able to get it done in that time.
I'm booked solid for work for 2 months straight. I'm booked solid till Christmas. I work over 50, if not over 60 hours a week.
Okay, how about 90 days?
Probably do that.
I'll
If
change
we-
my
if-
motion to.
Thank you. If
Thank
you
you.
can, just to give us
Sure.
some time to get it done.
Okay. We just need to have a time frame so Connor knows when to check back in with you and.
Okay, I have a motion. Second, someone?
Second?
Thank you, Mr. Gorns.
Gorens,
Yeah, aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Nixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. The project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
I can get the drawing, get it done, and then send you photos with the tape measure on it or measurements on it.
Item number 9 is CDBZA 2024-126, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to a non-conforming pole sign on the subject site on about 2 acres generally located at 1501 North Corrington Avenue. The staff planner is Anna Nanoski. We have the applicant online. If so, if you would please raise your hand.
Nick Collard, are you online?
Them online?
See anything?
No, I do not see them online.
No hands are raised.
No? Will we move on?
Yours twice?
Do you want to try to text him or?
Sure.
Thank you.
Our next item is number 12, CDSUP 2024-32, a request to reapprove a special use permit for light equipment sales / rental outdoor and any other necessary variances in District B3-2 on about 0.35 acres located at 2920 Prospect Avenue or generally located at the southwest corner of East 29th Street and Prospect Avenue. The staff planner is Olafu Agbaji, and our applicant is here in person.
Perfect.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Olafu. Give me a quick second here. Do you see anyone else in the audience?
No one else
Sir?
has raised their hand online, and no one has approached the microphone.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lewis, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
100%.
And Olafu, did you get sworn in earlier? That just counts for you too. So I do or I don't?
I do.
Great. And one more time for the court reporter. I know who you are, Olafu, but say-
Olafu Agbaji.
Perfect. And Mr. Lewis, same thing. Could you state your name for the court reporter?
Robert Lewis.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Lewis, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Oops, no, they're not here. Olafu, what do you think? 1 to 9?
I do.
I don't see them, but or am I on the wrong case? 2638 Victor. I don't see it.
Could be 2920 Prospect.
For this one.
Yeah, 1 through 9.
Okay, 1 through 9. Do I have your approval to admit those, Mr. Lewis?
To admit those?
To admit the administrative exhibits that we need to hear your case, things
course.
like,
Sure.
just pretty administratively. One of those is a presentation to the gentleman to your left, Olafu, and he's going to tell us about your case.
Give me 1 minute to make sure it's shared. Am I on?
Yes.
Thank you.
Olafua Agbaji, City Planning and Development Staff. This next item is a request for reapproval of an SUP that was granted back in 2019 for used car lot True Value Model SUPA reapproval. This is located kind of in the midtown, the south of, again, the general location shows west of 71 Highway, Bruce Watkins Freeway, and on Prospect Avenue. And this is the site highlighted in yellow, just north of 30th Street, west side of Prospect. This is a view of the existing operation. Just to the south, this is a view looking south. To the south of the site is Cash American Pawn that kind of straddles or frames the site. There's two pictures of the site existing. The one to the left is looking north, with the side being to the left with the wrought iron fence and gate, and then the recently planted trees. This picture to the right shows the property on the west side of Prospect. Again, this property is owned B3-2, about 0.35 acres. It's also within the Prospect corridor, and it's also within the heart of the city area plan. It's within the Key Coalition Neighborhoods Association. I'm back on November 12th, so a year and a day from today. This body granted a BZA, granted a special use permit to allow for the used car sales at this location, and that approval was granted for 5 years. And today's request is to reapprove that moving forward. And he did hold a public engagement with the Key Coalition, and part of the exhibit, even though it's not notarized, it was presented to the City Plan Commission. It's a letter of support from the neighborhood, and that's it. And the applicant did revise the plan as requested by staff or went to CPC. Site will remain the same. He kind of has proposed a two-phase plan, which is to operate as he exists today without doing any additional improvement. And if and when the economy turns, gets better, he can go to full build out, which would be more cars. Right now, he will tell you his inventory is limited, and it's been that way for the last 5 years. Keep going. So this went to CPC on November 6th. And the recommendation was for approval subject to the conditions. And he did submit the landscaping, or the sign that those landscaping have been installed. So the two conditions is that the approval granted will be binding when he goes to full operation, and then the developer, and he shall submit an affidavit following this. That ends my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
We do have one who's raised their hand online. Will it be okay for?
Of course, yes, it will be great. Does this person have a name?
Michelle Lewis Russell.
Ah. Any relationship, Mr. Lewis?
Well,
Michelle
my
Lew-
sister.
No doubt she's in support. Miss Michelle,
Oh.
turn on your camera and microphone, please.
Well, she needs to accept the promotion
Oh,
also,
okay.
but
If she wants to testify.
Mr. Abaji, would this be for another 5 years, or is this?
Oh, this would be just approval
Permit?
to operate, yeah.
she declined to be promoted, so that will.
That's fine.
Okay.
And Olafu, again, it's for 5 years of
No,
renewal? or
It's
unlimited?
just for approval now moving forward. When this was installed in 2019, there had never been any operation. There was
Right.
just a parking lot, I think, used by the Pawn, Cash America on the side. And then he acquired it and just put the
Oh.
car lot back there.
All right. Any questions of Olafu? Other than those few?
And I guess from a city's perspective, have we received any sort of complaints or cases against this property?
I'm not this property. The problem property is the one next door, so no, we didn't.
Got it.
Mr. Lewis, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Well, this has been my neighborhood for 60 years. And of course, The only dilemma I've seen is, like he said, property north of me, which hindsight, I would have purchased it when they offered it to me, but had so many rats over there and I couldn't deal with it. But now they have like 15 or 20 squatters there. They burnt the building down. You know, when I come to my property in the mornings, I actually wonder if I even still have one. You know, people have been killed. I never knew squatters to even have guns. They killed people right there I couldn't even get to my property. And I'll stay there. I mean, if someone has a better plan for it, I won't be in the way. That is for sure. But as of now, it keeps a lot of bad elements away. I can say that.
All right, board members, any other questions or comments?
You have an office on there?
Of course we do.
And you saw some of the conditions from the City Planning Commission. There are 3 conditions. Do you have any problems with those
Will you
conditions?
explain them? I appreciate you explaining to me what you did earlier too, and I'm not too savvy, and I appreciate that. When you noticed that I didn't understand something, you clarified, and I really appreciate that. If you want to explain those conditions?
I think I'll let Olafu take the
Go ahead.
lead on that.
So it says that all conditions outlined in the Board of Zoning Adjustment Disposition letter dated November 13th for the special use permit shall be met as condition of approval of phase 2. So when you go into phase 2, that will kick in. And then the other one is developers shall submit an affidavit completed by a landscape architect licensed in the state of Missouri, verifying that all landscape requirement of the approved plan has been installed in accordance with the plan. That's a standard condition that we put to make sure. You just planted the landscape in this year, so we want to make sure that it takes. So.
Okay, no problem.
And you've got the parking spaces striped, you know, yellow stripes or white
Yes,
stripes?
where actual customers will park at.
All right, board members?
I'll make a motion.
Sure.
Case number 12, excuse me, docket number 12, case number 32. I move that we, approve the special use, with the conditions set by the CPD in accordance with the staff report.
Great. I have a motion. Second from Mixter or from Moran? Moran? Thank you.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixter,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project's approved, sir. Good luck with it.
Thank
Keep
you.
selling those cars.
All right, let me
Make some
say
money.
something.
Yes, sir.
You know, I've been here 60 years,
Yes.
and I've been listening to this particular case all day, you know, and it gets very intense in here.
Yeah.
But, and for me, if we were ants, I would have stayed a worker. This seems like a difficult part.
See ya.
Thank you.
Thanks, Luke.
Okay, item 13 and 14 are related, so I'll
I
call
see
them
that.
together. CD SUP 2024-34, a request to approve a special use permit for a light equipment sales / rental in a B3-2 zoning district on about 0.39 acres generally located at 3108 East 9th Street. And CD SUP 2024-35, a request to approve a special use permit for a motor vehicle repair general in a B3-2 zoning district on about 0.39 acres generally located at 3108 East 9th Street. The staff planner is Alec Gustafson. And I'm going to promote, it just says Samsung SM.
I believe Jason's iPhone, maybe. I know the owner is Jason Lopez, so.
Well, I will also promote Jason iPhone. And you can both turn on your cameras and your microphones to be sworn in. The only other people we have online are phone numbers. If you have called in and would like to give testimony, I'll remind you that it's *9 to raise your hand on a phone line.
Jason, do you have George as well with you?
Yes, George is the architect representing me in this case.
Is George online as well? I think he might be the same song.
Well, whoever is Samsung, you do need to turn on your camera and your microphone so you can be sworn in. Thank you.
Camera on at least.
Hey, camera.
On the second screen.
Got everybody? That look like George? That looks like George.
Yeah.
George, is there a is there a second guy, second person?
There's
Just the two.
Jason who's got his hand up right now, and then George.
George, give me a second. We're going to promote Jason and swear you both in at the same time.
They've
Jason,
both been promoted.
Yep. Jason's on the screen. His hand is up. right
okay.
there.
That's
George
Jason.
needs to unmute.
George is listed as Samsung. There we go.
Okay. Gentlemen, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
Jason Lopez Zambrano.
Thank you, Jason. And the other gentleman? George? Did I lose him?
No, he's still there. George, can you state your name, please?
George, you're muted, maybe? I can't hear you. Georgie? There goes Samsung. Back? There's Jason. I see him.
George is there with Samsung as well.
George, I got to hear you say I do. Can't hear you. George? Okay. We're going to go on without George. Okay. Jason?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We've got a list of on the first case, we've got a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 4 that we need to hear for your case today. Can we admit those?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. There's the other guy. We have to, sorry, one of those is a presentation by Alec on your case. Alec,
Okay.
tell us about it.
Okay. I'll share my screen. Hopefully George can get his sound working eventually, but I will continue. So I'm going to be presenting both docket items 13 and 14 together in the same presentation, since both special use permits are on the same property. We have SUP 34 and SUP 35. They are located at 3108 East 9th Street. The site is just directly east of the downtown loop on 9th Street. Here is the site. 3108 is actually the yellow highlighted portion, but the whole site is this corner of Gladstone and East 9th Street. The case distinction is that case 34 is light equipment sales rental outdoor. So that's the sale, retail, wholesale of, or rental of vehicles that are less than 10,000 pounds. So cars, anything like a semi or a boat would not be considered light equipment sales rental. And then 35 is a SUP for motor vehicle repair general. So that would be heavy equipment, painting, body work, and the like. The controlling related cases are 2 special use permits from 2019, 24 and 25. They were for the exact same thing, light equipment sales rental, outdoor, that was approved by the BZA in 2019, and motor vehicle repair general, that was approved by the BZA also in 2019. I'm going to go through and just kind of, this is a view of the site back in 2019. This was what was, I believe this is how it looked after it was approved then. The conditions from the 2019 special use permits were something I felt that should be highlighted because as you can see as I go through this presentation, there were some conditions that were not met in the 5 years following that special use permits approval. One of those that is, if sidewalks are to be replaced, the developer shall submit plans to Land Development Division and obtain permits to construct sidewalks along the platted frontage. That was by Lucas Casper. And then there was another section, there was another comment that basically was, without reading the whole text, was basically requiring a lot consolidation of the 4 lots. So I'll go back just to show you real quick. It's currently split into 4 lots. That was one of the original conditions, was that it be consolidated. Another one was pretty standard, I guess. Paint the chain link fence black. That was by our planner then in 2019, and then that the special use permit was limited to 5 years, which would be why you're seeing it here today. This is the view from 2023. And I'm just going to go through kind of our pictures. The compliance division went out and did a site visit before this case was presented to the CPC the week prior. So you can see this is the view looking south down Gladstone. You can see kind of that the sidewalk is in some disrepair, that the vegetation along the sidewalk is kind of unkempt. This is the view looking into the lot on Gladstone. This is the north side of the parking lot, which is not paved, and there are no lines that were showing where cars are to be parked. This is the rolling gate on Gladstone Avenue. When I get through all these pictures, I'll be showing the site plan, and that's where you can see that the rolling gate is proposed to be here on Gladstone Avenue, but currently there's another one on the north side on East 9th Street. These are the view of the sidewalk conditions on East 9th Street. Here's the rolling gate that is not mentioned on the plans. That's along East 9th Street. These are vehicles that are larger than 10,000 pounds on the site. These will need to be removed per the conditions in the report, in the staff report. And also just simply for the fact that they're going for a light equipment sales rental special use permit. This is the current dumpster area on the east side of the building, currently unscreened, but there is a wall that doesn't allow you to see into it. Here's another dumpster on the west side of the building where it's unmarked and unscreened on the plans. This would need to be screened and marked on the plans as well. And then here are the original plans from 2019. They proposed existing wood privacy fence. They proposed to the sod as shown. They provided 2 trees on the north side of the lot to screen to that alley. And this was just the type of tree that they proposed to plant. And then this is their current site plan. This is actually the second iteration of the site plan. Originally, there was a section of the building that is no longer notated on the plans. But they have screening along the dumpster on the west side or on the east side of the building, and they have screening along Gladstone Avenue, as well as along the north side of the property. They also propose to make the grass strips in the right-of-way nicer and take care of those. There's a rolling gate on Gladstone Avenue that is notated on the plans, but not one on East 9th Street, and that one is currently existing. It does comply with the applicable standards of the zoning development code, but they were required to submit an outdoor lighting plan prior to the certificate of occupancy. And the property has been in operation as light equipment sales, rental, outdoor, and motor vehicle repair general. This special use permit will bring the property into compliance with the zoning and development code. And the special use permit will be compatible with the surrounding land uses. So basically this is, the special use permit's intent is to clean up the lot after 5 years of not really having done anything. These are the conditions that were added during the prior to the City Planning Commission, that all landscaping proposed shall be constructed and or installed as denoted in the landscape plan by the time of the renewal of the special use permit. So that would be in the next 2 years. No vehicles over 10,000 pounds shall be parked on the lot to conform with the light equipment sales definition. The developer shall screen all dumpsters in accordance with 88-425-08, and the developer shall pave and repair the parking lot on the north half and the south half of the lot. This was the City Planning Commission's recommendation with those conditions that were added, plus a 5th condition that the developer combines the 4 lots by deed. These are all currently in your staff report. These are the conditions that were mentioned. So CPC recommended approval with conditions, hoping that they follow these conditions and do this within a timely manner in the next 2 years. Otherwise, the special use permit can be revoked. And that concludes my presentation, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
So the approval for the SUP is only for 5 years?
The original one was for 5 years. This one is for 2. That is currently in your conditions report.
That's good. Jason, are you going to speak on on this? Excuse me. Any board members have other questions of staff? No?
No, sir, I don't want to speak anything now. Just upset to you guys if I approve it or not. I know I been approved for the past 5 years. COVID-19 is coming. I've been sick 5 times by the COVID. I've been hospitalized many times. There's no excuse to not do that what I'm supposed to do, but economy is not that good. So I plan to do and repair in the next 2 years if I can.
You kind of missed some deadlines on the other one, so that's why this extension is only for 2 years, sir. You
Yes, I understand. I don't know about those 2 RVs parking. Those are my private RVs. So I have no idea that cannot be parked in there. It's not for sale. It's just using to park it. So
The use itself is for the light equipment sales rental. Those vehicles would not, if they're not for sale and they're also not within the pound limit, those cannot be parked on the site to be in compliance with.
I understand that now, not before.
All right. Board members, any other questions? If you decide to offer a motion, we've got to have one for each individual case.
I have a question. I was trying to look at the CPC conditions. I see the long list of conditions that are in here by city planning, but I didn't see this. Maybe I'm missing the conditions by CPC.
Oh, those are in the conditions. Those extra conditions were added by the CPC, but they're now just in the current conditions.
Okay,
staff report. So it's
So 1 through 22 is all.
Encompasses all of that.
encompasses all of it. Yep.
Give that
The extra City Planning Commission conditions are now, I believe, 7 through 11.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm a little, I understand, we had this for 5 years the first time, and we're willing to look at 2 years now, but if the work had not been done in that 5 years, I'm a little concerned that 2 years is still a long period of time to complete some of that work. But I also want to make sure the applicant has the time to do the work as well. So I'm not sure if a change to that would make sense, if 1 year would allow them to get some of these things done, or if that is unreasonable. I'd like to see progress on some of these, especially since there are violations in place, or that look like they were submitted as part of this, so.
And that would be in the board's purview to change that condition to 1 year rather than 2.
It's a lot to do in 1 year. And of course, COVID, and nobody's doing anything during those couple of years, but things that have definitely picked up. I don't know. It's your motions.
Well,
There's no reason for the grass, but I mean, like paving the lot and striping it.
I would say I'm fine with the 2 year, only because if he doesn't do anything in a year, it stays the same. Nothing else happens. And considering the dynamics of the neighborhood, attempt to do something is good. So I have I'll make a motion
Okay.
for docket number 13 and 14.
No, just one at a time.
Oh, one at a time, sorry. Okay. I'll make a motion for docket number 13, case number 34, that we approve the special use permit with the 2-year condition, in addition to the conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Perfect. Have a motion to have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Mixdorf.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. I have a motion on case docket number 14.
Yeah, docket number 14, case number 35, I make the motion that we approve the special use permits in addition to the conditions as outlined in the staff report. In 2 years, for 2 years.
Thank
Special
you.
permit for 2 years.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Mixdorf?
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. What case are you here for, sir?
142.
Is it for today? What's your address? What's the address?
Jackson Avenue.
There it is. You're you're gonna hate yourself. You're number 28, and that's on the Friday docket.
Oh, no. Okay.
No, you wanna? Can we take him out of turn or no? Since he's here, he's on the Friday docket.
It's been advertised for Friday, though.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, and by the way, Friday will be Zoom. It'll be virtual. We won't.
I'll see on.
Yeah, we'll see you on TV. I'm sorry, sir. You had to wait this entire time. I apologize. Yeah, thank you. What about those other two?
Dockets number 2 and 9.
So I believe we do have the applicant for number 9. So item number 9 is case CD BZA 2024-126, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to a non-conforming pole sign on the subject site on about 2 acres generally located at 1501 North Corrington Avenue. Anna Nanoski is the staff planner. Nick Collard is the applicant who we will promote. Anyone else who would like to speak, please raise your hand.
Anything?
No other hands have been raised.
Nick, I need just 5 seconds here and I'll be right with you. All right, Nick, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Nick?
Muted.
He's muted, I think. I see a hand raised next. Is that him? Nick, did you hear me?
We cannot hear you, Nick. I see your lips moving.
Uh-oh. Come back, Nick. Can you say something, Nick? We see you, we just can't hear you.
Still don't hear anything.
Looks like you're walking around the neighborhood.
He chatted technical difficulties. I'm talking.
Yeah.
No, I can't do that.
Can you call in with the number and not do the video? Just do the audio from your phone?
Yeah, Shook said yes. How does that work? Anna, did you lose your job to Sarah?
Yes.
I've called Sarah Anna a few times. today.
Really? Yeah.
I look over there and expect to see Anna.
Yeah.
Isn't that thing?
We do have another person who's raised their hand, George Haynes. I'm going to promote to a panelist.
All right.
Different George than the last case?
Yes.
Samsung George?
Yes.
I apologize for raising my hand. I was in another meeting. Did we get to case number 24?
That's tomorrow. That's Friday, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so Nick is back. I'm going to promote him to a panelist.
Hey guys, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm at a convention for our company. I had to give a speech. I didn't realize. That's on me. I'm the worst.
It's all right. Here we go. I'm going to have you, even though we can't see you, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, sir, I do.
I can see you now and hear you. Please
Yes,
state
sir.
your name one more time for the court reporter.
Nicholas Collard.
Thank you, Mr. Collard. There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case, number 1 to 11. Can I admit those to hear your case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. One of those is a report by Anna on your case. She's going to tell us all about it.
Awesome.
Okay. As mentioned, this is case CD BZA 2024-126, and the applicant is seeking to appeal zoning violations related to a non-conforming sign on the subject site. So the property is located in the northeastern portion of Kansas City in that industrial district area. You can see a close-up of the subject property on the screen highlighted in yellow. The property is zoned M1-5. The notice of violation states that as agent, they did allow a non-conforming on-site commercial advertising site in this location, which is advertising businesses, activities, products, or services that are no longer operating or available on the property in which the site is located. Thus, the sign is deemed abandoned and must be removed. This is a look at the subject sign from Google Street View. This is dated October of 2022. You can see that the sign is empty with just the shell of the sign there. Again, in November of 2023, the sign is empty. And here it is again on the date of the inspection, which is August 8th of 2024. So, the sign has been empty for a considerable amount of time. Close-up of the sign from the inspection photo. This is a re-inspection that occurred after the notice of violation was sent They went back and checked the site, still empty, still there. A reminder about non-conforming signs. We've got a list of permitted signs on the screen. Pole signs are no longer an approved sign type within the Kansas City, Missouri Zoning and Development Code. They are allowed to stay non-conforming and stay there as long as they are, full advertising a business on site in good condition. But there is an abandonment of the non-conforming sign if they are blank or empty. Once the non-conforming sign is deemed abandoned, then that notice is given and the entire sign must be removed. And the remedy for this is removing the sign. That is how you fix the zoning violation. So some key points. The subject pole sign has been empty since at least October of 2022. Per the code, a pole sign which is blank or empty is deemed abandoned, so it must be removed. Correcting said zoning violations is removing the sign, as I previously stated. And per 88-56509, an appeal may be sustained only if the Board of Zoning Adjustment finds that the administrative official have erred. In this case, this is the zoning code development staff or compliance staff. We believe that they did not err in applying the code per the photo evidence of the sign being empty for a long period of time. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Anna? All right, Mr. Collard, Nick, why should we approve your request today?
Yes, sir. So, I am the third, branch manager, general manager that they brought in the 2 years that they've had there. I reached out to who they originally got the estimate from, going back and forth with them. I never got the estimate. I did get a company to come out, give us the estimate, but we could not pull the permits because of the appeal. I did submit that plan to Anna. Structurally, the sign is sound. It is going to get sanded, painted, new electrical, LED lighting, and there's actually 2 faces on that sign, and we're going to get both faces filled with LED backlighting. There is an option to add solar to it, but I wanted to see how this went prior to committing to that. I think we've committed roughly, I want to say $30,000 to rehabbing the sign, getting the backlit, both panels put in. And I believe I'm under the impression that everybody would be very impressed with the sign once it is finished. It's going to take, I think I was quoted a month outside of obtaining the permitting, but the plans are done. They've been approved. We're requesting that the appeal is approved so that we can move forward on getting all of the new signage added, sandblasting, painting, LED wiring, everything in that nature put in as soon as possible.
So, Mr. Collard, the issue is that it went abandoned. It was empty. And according to our regulations here in the city, if it stays abandoned for a period of time and it's a pole sign, it's got to come down.
Yes, sir. I was left a little high and dry with sign now. I'm 100% with you guys. I wish I could have handled it a lot earlier.
Right.
There's really no excuse. Like, I can't give you an excuse. I wasn't there early enough to put those steps in place. But I can tell you that it will be completely remedied before the first of the year. Should we get our appeal approved?
Right.
Now that I'm in control of making sure it is corrected.
Unfortunately, like I said, sir, there are people before you who didn't do the job. And
yes, sir.
And I'm just one board member, but if it stays abandoned for a period of time, there was no effort at all till recently for you to come forward. So
I believe there was an estimate previously. Again, that wasn't me. I tried to obtain it.
Right.
I understand that that's outside of
Yeah. Well, I'll let
what.
other board members weigh in, but I'm sympathetic to you, sir, but it stayed abandoned too long, and our codes administration and city regulations say that if it's abandoned for a period of time, it needs to be removed. So, but that's just.
Can I ask what that time period is? I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sure. Mr. Duddy?
Once the sign is noticed that it is blank, it is at that point that it is deemed abandoned.
And I don't know, when was that first notice of when was that, or Mr. Duddy, you can speak to, I don't care. When was that first noted?
The notice of violation was issued August 8th of 2024.
So August 8th, 2024, sir, a letter was sent and you had a period of time to remedy that. And
Yes, sir. And I did expedite it and pulled the appeal then, but I could not pull the permits at that point because of the appeal to remedy the situation. I had to wait on the hearing in order to see what the ruling was so that I could have the sign company pull the permits to remedy the sign. At the point of the violation, I could no longer, from what I understood, and I could have understood it incorrectly, but I had to wait until whether my appeal was approved or denied before I could get the permits pulled in order to get the sign remedied. I think I sent the plans to Anna at the beginning of September.
Stand by, Mr. Collard. Go ahead.
Once the sign is deemed abandoned, the remedy is removal. That's what is stated in the notice.
Okay.
Yeah, so not replacing a sign, it's removal of the entire structure.
Correct.
Yeah.
But he could erect a new sign that complies with the code, correct?
Go through it, yes, he can go through permits and planning, submit plans and have a new plan. I doubt if they'll give him a pole sign, but he
Right.
can't apply for another sign.
Right, but there's other types of signs that are.
Did you hear that, Mr. Collard?
I would have to pay to remove the sign, then apply to put up a new sign.
And it probably won't be a pole sign. You could, yeah, you'd have to have a different, yeah, some type of other sign, sir, perhaps a wall sign, something, but it won't be another pole sign like what you had before.
I understand.
All right. Board members, do I have any motions, any other comments to Mr. Collard?
I'd offer a motion.
Sure.
In docket number 9, case number 126, I move we deny the applicant's request.
There's been a motion of denial. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Moran. Please call the roll.
Gorens.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. I'm sorry, sir. The sign's got to come down. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Number 2.
Number 2, we still don't have the applicant
Okay.
with us.
Oh.
Staff would request that you continue this item with fee to December 11th.
Here, is there a motion to continue case docket 2, case 26?
Yeah, docket number 2, case number 26. I move that we continue the case with fee.
To the December docket?
To the December docket.
December 11th?
Yes.
December 11th.
December 11th, yes.
Second.
Motion and second.
Gorens.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. All right, before we end our meeting, that's everything, I believe. Before we end our meeting, we need to discuss 2025 and how often do we meet and what days do we meet? Staff has suggested Wednesday, second Wednesday of the month, but that's not enough time. So we need a second meeting sometime that month.
Well, their recommendation said the 2nd and the 4th Wednesday.
I agree, but Ms. Wright may not be able to make that.
Right.
Yeah, I can still do the second Wednesday. In the event that I can't do the fourth Wednesday, that's where an alternative would have to be in our place.
And would these meetings be at 9 a.m.?
Yes.
All day? Well, because the BZA used to meet twice a month, but it was at 1 p.m. So it was only a half a day. But now you're requesting full days for.
We would love for the meeting to be less than a full day. But at this point, I mean, the dockets are such that it will probably take that much time to get through some of these. Now, again, it's very variable. And, you know, we wouldn't feel confident scheduling you to start at 1 o'clock at this point.
Is this something we could reassess in 6 months based off caseload?
Well, we publish a schedule for
Oh,
the
yeah.
entire calendar year.
Hey, Jazz, you with us?
I am.
What's your thoughts?
I can be fairly flexible. The every other Wednesday sort of deal or 2 Wednesdays a month sort of deal sounded good to me, but if it doesn't work for other board members, I'm mostly flexible on other options.
And the 2 Wednesdays a month work better for me than 2 meetings in a week.
Yeah,
'cause
2
it's-
meetings a week are killer.
I can't do that, so.
No.
An alternative for me is if we can't do a fourth Wednesday, can it be that Friday instead of Wednesday?
Friday.
Or even the third Friday? Not every other Wednesday.
How would that affect CPC's schedule since they're on a specific cadence too?
CPC meets on the first and the third Wednesdays. So a third Thursday would not allow us to advance special use permits to you for your docket. It would be more difficult for staff because we're publishing the CPC docket at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Fridays are not good for me, business wise.
I'm not afraid.
Exactly. You didn't say that. No,
Just
I'm
kidding.
good either way. That's the point of alternates. So I'll be able to make myself available, but during those intense months, I can do 2 Wednesdays in a month.
Close to the second one to Christmas.
No,
This
no,
would be
we're-
2025.
Oh,
Yeah,
2025. So December's still on.
right.
Correct. And I guess, do we have confirmation if Michael is still an alternate on our board? So we know if
Oh,
we already know there's conflicts
Yes,
with Maisha.
yes. He
Okay.
told me that he's in California today.
Okay, okay. Just making sure we have other alternates.
I had a question. Is there some, do you guys still do periodic reviews?
We do.
Is there some effort to reduce the number of variances? Particularly, we only had one, I think, today, but fence variances or fence exceptions, we get so many of those. And it seems like every time we get them, it's mostly on corner yards that aren't allowed to have a 6-foot fence and have big dogs. It seems like the code could pretty easily be written.
You know,
'cause
Ms.
usually-
Wright raised this question about fences earlier today, actually.
Usually we grant them if they reduce it from 6 feet to 5 feet and add transparency. I mean, that's kind of been our standard. So if the fence code could be revised to that, I think that would reduce a whole lot of cases. And also if they had to get a permit, so people wouldn't put up the fence and then find out it's not allowed. Either require a permit of some sort, maybe an easy permit, if we have easy permits, and or also education of fence companies, because we get so many people that come in and say, oh, my fence company said this was allowed, and, you know, I don't know if they're just lying or they just don't care or just don't know.
Fair thing.
The other area we get a lot are the infill standards. It seems like if there could be some flexibility written into those infill standards and I think we grant a lot of those because it looks like, you know, if there was one more house in the neighborhood, then it would meet it. It just seems like some flexibility needs to be built into those. And I know those are newer, but it just seems like there's some areas like that we're getting so many cases that they could be reduced, I think.
No, I appreciate your comments and we'll add those to our list for looking at when we do periodic review.
I mean, I know fences aren't in chapter 88, but since you guys
yeah.
do fences.
I'll-
And that
I'll-
makes it easier to amend, so.
And while we're talking about things we can do to reduce caseload, rather than like permits or something, perhaps, I don't know if the council has the authority to, but perhaps if there were some sort of requirement that places that sell fencing material include some sort of, small piece of literature that kind of explains roughly what the code is, or contact the planning department or something along those lines, then that could maybe help. I don't know.
Des, you're good for Friday this week, correct?
That's correct.
You're gone? You were absent on Friday?
Might be here. I
I mean,
Zoom.
online.
Yeah,
You might be online.
might be, yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to get out of what I was doing.
Randy, you're into, aren't you? Are you in?
So no.
Good till noon. You're gonna.
I'm
so
good all day.
We might need Michael for a full quorum afternoon if,
I'm available till 1:30.
okay.
You're not even on this list. No, I mean, I bet you're on the second page that I didn't print,
Oh,
because your name's
well,
not
you
even.
don't want me here.
No, we
Not
do
good.
want you. So you're in on, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5 with or without Tom. And
But if she's gotta be done at noon and she's done at 1:30,
yeah,
if we, even with Michael, we'd only have 4 of us. We wouldn't have a full
You-
quorum.
well, it depends on
Yeah.
what Gorns is doing, right?
Lawrence is there, we'd have 5 with Michael, Jazz.
So
me.
for sure, we're good in the morning. It's the
I'm gonna try to
afternoon.
do my deal tomorrow. I gotta call the guy. but I'm gonna try to
Okay,
do it.
that'd be great. Cool. All right, are we settled then? The
Did you-
second and fourth Wednesdays?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds good.
We're gonna
That way.
send that out, would you?
All right. Happy Turkey Day, everybody. The meeting is over.
For the dinner,
Thank
Yeah.
you.
for lunch.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. That was great.